102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry. Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Latiff, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
The baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die. The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and then been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu. Kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mambo vipi? Good morning. There's no traffic on the road as of now on the major roads heading towards town or even getting out of town. It's a weekend. We shall see whether this situation will improve. We hope that it remains a good situation throughout this morning as you get into a busy day.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hiya, how are you doing? It's Friday already. It's the 25th day of October 2024. Guess what, CT? October is done.
No, Chief, you are talking of October. Me, I'm on Christmas.
Vicha?
Baba, me, Baba, nimeingia Christmas. Christmas ile.
Next year ndio hii imeanza.
Yes, that is exactly what has happened.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
2020, let's start saying 2025. Happy
We are
2025. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Yeah, in fact, those are the greetings. From this day on, it is Merry Christmas.
Yes, that one we're going to do. By the time we get to the middle of the coming month, we're telling people Happy New Year. Because December is on speed dial.
Okay.
Inaendaga kwenda, as they say.
Haiwachi.
Haipatini fase.
Haiwachi.
Yes.
Ikianza inakwenda tu haiwachi.
Yes.
Haiwachi.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are. If you're following us on SpiceFM, the people who wake up early in the morning and they just tune into their radio, doesn't shika anything else. It's just constantly on SpiceFM. We appreciate all of you very much. There are people who start their day, whether in bed. In fact, I met somebody yesterday and he told me he starts tuning in to the Situation Room from bed. As early as 6 a.m., he's in bed. The first thing that he does is Weka, YouTube, Situation Room. Now, as he prepares Situation Room, there's somebody who told me they even carry their gadget to the bathroom as they're taking a shower, as they're preparing. It's a Situation Room. We appreciate and acknowledge these people.
Thank you.
There are people who do not go to bed until they've caught up with the Situation Room. Whether they're catching up with it live in whatever part of the world that they're in, or whether they're actually catching up with it later in whatever part of the world that they're in. Okay?
We thank them.
We also thank
Without them, there would be no Situation Room.
Kabisa.
We'd just be talking to ourselves here, yes, and cracking our own jokes and laughing at the jokes ourselves.
Imagine.
But because they take the time to listen and to participate, then we have the Situation Room.
We thank you very, very, very much. We don't take it for granted.
No, we don't.
Asanteni sana. What shall we discuss today? Let me begin with 7 a.m. At 7 a.m., we are going to have our Health Friday conversation, and it will be on something very interesting. Understanding breast cancer awareness, detection, and prevention. We are going to talk to an academic, Professor Mansour Saleh, a consultant oncologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital. This prof has been here before.
Yes, he has.
And the Aga Khan University Hospital is doing something very, very big. Remember, we had the other prof from Kemri. And we talked about the program they have with Aga Khan University Hospital.
That is Sam Kinyanjui.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Professor Kinyanjui was telling us about Professor Mansour Saleh.
Yes.
Who is also doing big things at the Aga Khan University Hospital. And so Prof. Mansour Saleh will be coming to us. Let's talk about breast cancer. As we come to the end of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, let's understand it as much as possible. At 8 a.m., ship up or ship out? Ship up, not ship up.
Ship out or ship out?
Ship up or ship out? That's what Mother Karua is saying. Who is she telling?
Well, I believe she is talking
to herself.
Nope, she's not. Martha rarely talks to herself. Martha usually has an opinion that she would like to share, and it's based on things that she understands and knows.
Yes. Yeah. So she will be here, and she has a message. Ship up or ship out? We'll ask her. Where?
Martha. You ship out or ship out?
Ni nini mbaya?
Ni nini?
Unaambia nani? Unaambia koti? Unaambia Kenya?
Unaelezea nani?
Unaambia nani? Specifically. And then at 9 a.m., we are going to talk about the proposed nuclear power plant in Kilifi. Is it a blessing or a curse? Remember, there's been that conversation, and we even had the head of NUPEA here, the Nuclear Power Energy Authority. The CEO was here, and he told us about all the work that they've done, just crossing the T's and dotting the I's in our journey to nuclear power. They had the laws in place, the policy in place, regulations in place, everything in place just to make sure that we are getting things done. And then they said, let's have a nuclear power plant in Kilifi. You need it to be close to the ocean, cooling, getting water, cool, generate power, steam kwa wingi. We have to keep generating more power. Then the people of Kilifi, after having listened to several activists, are like, ay, apana, hii kitu itafanya tutoke meno, those kind of things.
Italeta shida.
Phyllis Omido is one of those environmental and human rights defenders. She's from the Center for Justice, Governance and Environmental Action. She'll be joining us at 9 a.m., Phyllis Omido, to hear what she thinks about this proposed nuclear power plant. Unasikia hiyo maneno?
Nimesikia vizuri sana.
Very good. Yeah, I'm wearing a Make It Kenya jacket today, man.
Nimeona, by the way. Make it Kenya. Iwe tu Kenya.
Make it Kenya. Yeah, this is by, there was something called Brand Kenya.
Nakumbuka vizuri sana bwana.
Now it's not called Brand Kenya. Now it has a whole different name.
So hii ni brand?
It's called Keproba.
Who?
Keproba.
Who was Keproba?
Yeah, I don't Google one.
Ningungu.
I don't one. So these are the guys who are responsible for branding Kenya, for promoting Kenyan exports.
Export.
So remember, there used to be the Export Promotion Council.
I remember it.
And then there was Brand Kenya.
Yes.
Those two were amalgamated.
So ikawa?
Hiyo kubwa.
Kepropa.
Ba.
Keproba. Not kepropa. Keproba. All right. Kepi. Sawa.
Hao ndio walisema make it Kenya bana. Enjoy. Yes. And I like it. 18 minutes after 6. Let's take a look at the weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
16 degrees and partly sunny in Nairobi. Highs of 26 later. It's clear skies in Kakamega at 17. Sunny in Mombasa at 24. Sunny in Malindi at 25. Kisumu is clear skies at 19. Eldoret partly cloudy at 16. 13 and sunny in Nyeri. Cloudy in Nyeri. No, in Nakuru is 13 and sunny. Cloudy in Nyeri at 16. Kinshasa 25 and cloudy. Kampala 18 and clear skies. Cloudy in Lagos at 26. Cloudy in Johannesburg at 17. Cloudy in Mogadishu at 25. Sunny in Addis Ababa at 12. Cloudy in Dar es Salaam at 24. 11 and cloudy in Paris. 13 and cloudy in London. 12 and clear in New York. And sunny at 15 in Beijing.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Mtu anatuongelesha hapa kiespanyo, siti. Sandra Sherie says buenos días.
Sí.
Como está en español, pura vida.
Mimi, one word.
Sí. Yeah, sí.
Sí? And I can make it into a question, I can make it into a statement. See, that is question. See, statement.
Kabisa. Akakana nasema Latiff unakaa kama kabogo, hiyo jacket.
Hapana. We, nani? Hebu chagua mtu mwingine.
No, hiyo ni sawa pia. Ni sawa.
Hapana.
Kama unasema Jimmy Wenjeke basi.
Jimmy is the one who wears these things regularly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kabogo anavaa kofia.
Anavaa kofia?
Yes.
Saa zile hajafuga nywele.
No. Nywele nakaaga tu mahali nakaa. Okay. Lakini anapenda kofia.
Ati who impeached Ndu?
Bana.
Douglas Kibogong.
All day. Watu wanachukuaga leave. Refresh, renew na kadhalika.
Amechukua likizo.
Yes.
She'll be back on Monday. At least that's the promise that she made. Okay?
Yes.
So now the rest is up to her. Sia Indibwa watching from India. Karibu sana Margaret Wanjohi. We attempted a national address some years ago and failed miserably. Well, we are attempting another one.
We actually didn't fail. No, we didn't fail.
I don't even know why we keep... Anywhere you go wearing the Masai regalia, people will know you're from Kenya.
And that regalia is beautiful.
Yes. Let's just say the Masai regalia is the Kenyan dress.
Yes. Umeona zile shuka saa zingine ledama navaa.
Yes.
Saa zingine anavaa mini, saa zingine anavaa midi.
Saa zingine ni maxi.
Maxi, it's good. And then anavaa vishanga vitu kama hizo.
Yes.
Very good.
Very good.
Yes.
And I agree, but that thing, just give somebody that Masai regalia.
Done.
Put beads, put whatever, carry a karungu, put beads on the rungu.
Done.
Everybody will see that is
Believe
Kenya.
me, all these things they call national this and the other.
So this Ushanga thing that we wear on our hand.
Yes,
this
exactly.
One. This is Ushanga.
Yes, it is.
It's Masai thingy.
Yes, it is. And people wear it and it's considered
it's
Kenyan. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway. Enda soba, Eric and Muga. Good day, people.
Thank you very much.
When they say Enda soba,
what do you say?
You say Eba.
Eba. Eba.
Depending on where you... If you're from Kajiado, you say Eba.
If I'm from Kajiado, I say Eba.
Yeah.
If I'm from Narok?
If you're from Narok, you say Seba Oleng.
Seba Oleng.
Soba Oleng.
Soba Oleng.
So, Enda soba Eba. Sami Mwakili, Francis Kapushu, good morning. Bernardo Kello, Anthony Rono, Abraham Kimeli. Siti, have you ever thought about coloring your beard to be black and you will be young?
Abraham. Where art thou, Abraham? This being old is good, Abraham. You will get there, you will understand. It is a wonderful thing.
Mandapole is saying that we exchanged Ndu for Mandas.
Tulimuuza
peni tatu.
Wacha tutumie jina kwa nenda polepole tafadhali.
Yes, surely. Yeah. Sandra, we've said buenos dias to you. Calvin Somondi, good morning. Inisa Kello, Boniface Kamau, Real B, Brenda Kimathi. Somebody, yes, Merry Christmas to you too. Julia Song, good morning. Octine, Douglas Kibogong, Brian Otieno, Johnson Asava. Watuni Wengi, Don Saboa, the conservatory order has expired. Next. Who said it has expired? Recuse yourself, Don Sabwa. Recuse yourself.
Yes.
There are many other judges in Kenya.
Wako wengi sana.
Recuse yourself.
Yes.
Haya. Here, City. Tell us the final day of Proverbs from the Republic
of
the Northernest.
Northernest, most Northernest. Okay? So it's an interesting one. He who spends a night with a chicken will crackle in the morning.
He who spends the night with a chicken will crackle in the morning.
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And lay an egg at noon.
Hiyo inakuwaga hivyo.
That's an interesting one. Wait to hear for the interpretation of it.
Kabisa.
Haya, Mangasetini. I have the Standard. The Avin is gonna bring us the Daily Nation. Hopefully, if the Daily Nation arrives here in good time. But the Standard, shock and fear after Eastleigh triple killings. That's page 3. Of course, yesterday there was some demonstration in Eastleigh following this very heinous murder of a woman, her daughter, and her niece.
That thing is bizarre.
And then the bodies are dismembered and found in 3 different locations. Horrible. An ease over delays in IEBC recruitment. Concerns as Scary goes for phones. Junior starlets dazzle and write history. These girls, congratulations to them. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a very good thing that we are seeing our junior starlets going and playing in the World Cup. They even won a match. Panacheza na wao.
Hiyo ni mzuri kabisa.
Panacheza na wao. Kenya under-17 players celebrating after scoring a goal during the FIFA under-17 Women's World Cup match against Mexico at Felix Sanchez Olympic Stadium in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic yesterday. Imagine. So, here's how it went. Kenya, we played England. We just allowed them to score 2 goals.
Sasa wao
because what we were doing is we were observing.
Tumewa gift. They must understand tumewa gift.
Then we played North Korea, and also again we were just watching them and observing, and as we were observing, they scored goals, and we were like,
it's all right.
We had not agreed anyway. They scored 3.
It is okay.
And then we said that's okay. Then we played Mexico. Like, we have studied England, we have studied North Korea. Nyinyi.
You will see us.
We chapped them 2-1.
We will give us the gift. We'll give you the gift of sight.
Mexico. We beat Mexico. Mexico. We beat Mexico.
Sisi.
Yes.
Panacheza na sisi.
Papa, don't joke. Don't joke, bwana. Don't joke.
Sisi hapana rahisi.
Ruto defends Adani's 95 billion shilling power deal. The president urges Kenyans to embrace financing by private partners to help alleviate the tax burden on Kenyans and cut over dependence on loans. We'll look at that story. Slain HR managers keen demand justice. They have a photo here of Uhuru Kenyatta. You remember Uhuru Kenyatta?
Yes.
He was the 4th president of the Republic of Kenya. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta arrives at the Felix Houphouet-Boigny International Airport, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, yesterday ahead of an Africa Peace, Security and Stability meeting to address conflict in the continent. The former head of state was received by Bankole Adeoye, the African Union Commission's Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and the AU high-level panel member, Dr. Specioza Wandira Kazibwe. How do you all receive your Pare Abidjan? They were discussing peace and security.
It's very good.
The big headline in the Standard today, it's race against time as DP goes for judges to withdraw or not.
The one personal. Huyu aliatenda harusi ya mtu na mtu aliatenda harusi yake na akapewa gift.
Impeached Deputy President Gachagua is not relenting in his push to have 3 judges withdraw from hearing consolidated cases, challenging his removal from office, even as the question of whether or not orders blocking his replacement by Kithure Kindiki have run out simmers. Okay, that is what is there. Do you have the star?
Iko star.
Very good.
Maze, wacha nikuambie, FIDA wamesema enough is enough and condemns the rising femicide in Kenya. It was enough a long time ago.
Very good.
Yes, this particular pot had boiled over a long time ago.
Yep.
But thank you for putting a stamp on it. Now, according to the IG Kanja, now this is scary. In the last 3 months, we have had 339 murders in the country. Those are many, Chief. It's like 100 murders every month. Every month, 100 people are killed. Not die, killed. Scary, scary stuff.
Yeah.
Senate to hear public views on presidential extension term. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, then bang in the middle of the paper. Thousands say no to 7-year term limit bill.
Okay. Public participation.
Well, I'm saying no. And then they say Uhuru appears in public after weeks of speculation. Uhuru here, Uhuru there. Uhuru not here, Uhuru not there.
Uhuru speculation.
Uhuru speculation. Now Uhuru is here. Yes. And he's wearing a hat. Yes. Sioni mzuri?
Yes.
Bas. This is a good do.
Okay. I have the screenshots. I've got the Daily Nation.
Daily Nation.
Ruto, Adani deals are good for you. That's what Ruto is telling you, all right? The president is telling you. The 95 billion shilling deal between Adani Energies and Ketraco will cut power costs, says the president. President Ruto has finally shown his hand, throwing his weight behind the controversial multi-billion shilling Adani deals in the energy, transport and health sectors, which he says will help to ease the tax burden on Kenyans and reduce the country's reliance on borrowing. By going this way, we will ease the tax burden on Kenyans. Okay? Are we together?
We are together. Tuko pamoja.
Very good. How Wells Fargo boss walked into a death trap. When Wells Fargo Human Resources Director Willis Ayeko Onyango flew out of Nairobi on October 18th to mourn with a friend who had lost his mother and attend to other matters, he thought he'd make his way back to the city as usual. This was not to be. They also have the story of these Isli killings, the last moments of a mother, daughter, and niece. Oh my God, this one is just, these stories, man. Why Gachagua wants judges to quit case. Gachagua has sought the recusal of the judges handling several petitions challenging his ouster, claiming he will not get a fair hearing. Through his lawyers, Gachagua says he no longer has confidence in judges Eric Ogola, Anthony Mrima, and Frida Mugambi, claiming the bench has already taken a position against him in the matter. As such, the court is today expected to decide on whether it will continue handling these cases. This thing is just drama. It's just drama. They're just giving us drama. For them, it's entertainment. The People Daily, police on the spot over 339 killings. Cases of murder increase in 2024. At least 15 abductions reported in the past 2 months and families searching for missing loved ones as state officials sit on their hands. 339 killings, and police have resolved 0. Cannot answer about any. Relief for Kenyan facing the hangman in the Gulf. This is the story of that Kenyan who unfortunately was involved in a scuffle at work with the
Saudi Arabia. A friend.
Yeah, a friend of his. Friend ended up dead. Man was then sentenced to death. It has been on and off again. So there was a new deal struck between the Saudi authorities, the widow of the dead man, and the family of the Kenyan, and that death has been commuted again. It's just been postponed as we seek how to resolve this issue. We are still raising money. 150 million shillings is what the widow says. Weka pesa hapa. Haya.
Hii pesa mingi tunapotezaga na tasikia 2 billion a day.
Yeah.
So chukua 150
wampatie.
Surely.
150 million shillings the government can just do okay. This
okay,
is a
fungeni macho.
Okay. In the Business Daily, KRA to track motorist fuel use with eTeams link.
Okay.
Nataka kujua mafuta ngapi unatumia.
Hii M-Pesa yako kwanza inasema nini?
Ndio wakusaidie kulipa mafuta.
Yeah,
no, it's not. Don't think at it. They're doing it at it.
Don't be negative.
With nefarious. No. KRA wanataka kujua how much fuel is City using.
Yes.
City, how about we do this? We have noticed that you've used so much fuel this month. Next month, kunywa free.
Hiyo ni kama sisi kama partners wako.
Because you are a good Kenyan.
Na tunajali maslahi yako. Yes.
The Kenya Revenue Authority is linking its electronic tax invoice management system eTeams to fuel stations in a bid to weed out tax cheats and boost revenue by billions of shillings through monitoring motorist consumption of diesel and petrol. Higher. Governor CS's heaters, treasury caps cars, cabinet secretaries and governors will be assigned 2 official cars, while members of boards of parastatals will use private cars and seek reimbursement in proposed radical changes.
I don't know. You need to read that again.
Okay. Cabinet secretary, governor, 2 cars maximum.
Before kwani zilikuwa ngapi?
I wonder, my lord, I wonder. If you are a board member in a parastatal, currently, you are given a car. You are just joining a board like this. Gari ya serikali na driver na mafuta. Now, the new proposal is no, tumia gari yako na utumia dereva yako alafu ulete ni tutakureimburse. Why are we doing all that nonsense?
First of all, hiyo mazee itakuwa shida hiyo kitu.
But why are we doing it?
I don't know.
So you sit on a board, you get a sitting allowance.
That's
allowance.
It. Yes. Easy story, gari.
Why are we giving you a car? You just sit on a board. Why?
And why? Give me these 2 car things here, Levi.
2 cars for minister.
Yeah, but I still don't understand.
One is
what was it before?
One is for you, the other one is for
see, I am not saying that they should be less. Legs. I am asking for the rationale because maybe he needs 4. And you're limiting him to 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. CA set to block all non-tax compliant mobile phones. This was a statement from the Communication Authority. Non-tax compliant mobile phones will be blocked from accessing the national network from January, according to the Communication Authority, as the government rallies to net elusive revenues.
You know something? Today is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't have anything positive to say, so I'll keep quiet.
This move has been tried. By the way, this is not a new move. What the CA is doing now...
I am aware it's not new.
It's not new. Even when Noangusi was head of Communication Authority...
and even before him.
And the telcos were pushing back. Because the whole thing here is the telcos, they say, now if you tell us that to start switching off phones, now you're just telling us to lose our customers.
No, you're telling us to shut down our business.
Yes.
Really. Yes.
All right. On the other side, the government is saying, okay, there are very many grey phones that have come into this country.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Those phones, duty has not been paid for them.
Okay, how many phones are there, first of all?
Now we want to establish.
So you establish them.
Okay? And that's why we are saying that any phone that comes into the country properly, you register the IMEI number with KRA.
But
any phone that is manufactured, we are manufacturing phones here in Mavoko.
We are assembling phones.
Those ones that we are manufacturing here in Mavoko, the IMEI number is registered with KRA. And The telco has it. So we'll just be given a list of white and black lists. So if you're not on the white list, your simu ikuwa active. Simbo.
Eric. Wajua mimi hizi vitu sielewi.
Utaelewa acha January ifike uone. Usijali. Hii mambo utaona kwa dunia tu. Let me tell you about the Taifa Leo. Then you'll tell us about the Nairobi. See the Nairobian?
Nairobi mimi iko nayo.
Very good. You'll tell us about the Nairobi.
Kuna Nairobian.
Kwenye Taifa Leo hii leo ikiwa siku ya Ijumaa, Raila kuzindua kampeni. Kwani anazindua hii kitu mara ngapi?
Bwana wewe endelea tu kuhesabu na endelea kusoma bwana.
Mwaniaji wenyekiti wa AU kuanza kampeni rasmi mwezi ujao alisababa. Hii ingine iko rasmi?
Bwana wewe endelea kusoma bwana.
Sawa basi. KDF wawili wanaswa kuua wanajeshi walikamatwa kuhusiana na mauaji ya mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. DNA yasema ule mwili uliopatikana Wajia si wa MCA wa Wajia. Okay? It's some afueni to the family of the MCA, but also now questions emerge. So whose body is this? See, that's the thing. So the DNA has established this is not the missing MCA. So who is it? Harris adai Trump ni dictator. Harris anasema Trump ni dictator. Naye Trump adai Kamala ameingiwa na mchecheto baada ya kupoteza umaarufu. She's panicking. Amepanicky. Haya. Bang in the middle of the paper ile Taifa Leo ile. Ruto atetea dili za Adani. Rais William Ruto ametetea hadharani mkataba wa shilingi bilioni 95 unaozingirwa na utata kati ya kampuni ya kusambaza umeme nchini Ketraco na kampuni ya Adani Energy Solutions, akisema mpango huo utapunguza bei za umeme nchini. Msikia bana?
Na hiyo mpango huo
tuambie kwenye Nairobian
iko above body.
Basi.
Okay, sio?
Kabisa uko above body.
Nairobian. Bana, kuna makali hapa. Toxic oil. Question, swali imeulizwa hapa. Do you love chips? Mwitu, smokies, or mandazis?
Chips mwitu.
Chances are they are fried in used and reused oil. So, hii inaweza leta shida. Right. Then there's a puff affair. Gen Z turns to chewable tobacco and vapes amidst addiction crisis.
Wow.
Msikia bwana? Intoxication.
Now they're chewing the tobacco.
Tobacco has been chewed for a long time.
And they're vaping.
They should also understand that tobacco is even sniffed. Bake. Sidio?
Yes.
Road rage. Border tuk-tuk lead in accidents and hospital victims. And the victims stand at 747. Stories on page 6. Remember we were talking about Austin Makamu Oduor, the late. Yes, there's a tribute to him in the papers.
Lovely.
Right, then stigma. Page 7, this is trauma of men seeking healing after being abused in childhood. Excuse me. Bang in the middle of this particular paper, the Nairobian, unholy war. Top pastors removed from WhatsApp group. Yes, intercessors pain. What are they talking about? Pastors and State House, big fallout. Apparently, there was a lot of fanfare as pastors became of State House team. Unakumbuka ile bill tulikuwa tunaambia ni mandazi, chapat, sambosa.
Ilikuwa ya wachungaji.
Yes.
Tunalisha wachungaji.
Bwana we. Their job was to cleanse the premise. Intercede na kwani wale watu ambao wameajiriwa pale kuangalia bustani na kadhalika kazi yao ni okay. Intercede for its occupants and keep madimoni, wajua madimoni, at bay. But now the once match made in heaven is no more, with evangelicals hitting at state. This has been met, yani punde si punde, it has been met with intimidation and threats. Is this the evangelical Damascus moment? This story is on page 4.
They have been lifted from the State House WhatsApp group.
Mambo ya kwendeni na hata msingia hapa.
Wamefanywa kama Kashagwa.
Kwende. Hii mambo yote mnaomba na tuone anything is changing. Mnaomba nini
kwanza? Anakuta you are no longer a member.
Watu tumeangiwa, wajua kulikuwa na WhatsApp group they've been removed.
They've been lefted.
Wametolewa. Okay? Rumor has it that a group of intercessors have been engaged fully to pray for the nation at the seat of power. The president declared he had been prayed into office. All right. Okay. Unajua nini? Mambo ya binadamu na Mungu wao wacha ibaki hapo iwe ni kati yao na Mungu wao. You shall know them by their fruit. Hiyo sio ngumu sana. Ni kweli bana?
Sasa maji ya Karen itarudi kuwa chumvi.
Bwana we.
Ile maji ya Karen ile.
Tukiona.
Itarudi kuwa chumvi.
Yes.
Tukiondoa hao watumishi wa Mwenyezi Mungu kwenye nini ya Karen. Jamaa wetu kutoka Tharaka Nithi ataingia pale. Atapata hana maji. Anaita Bowser zikuja pale kumletea maji.
Mambo yatakuwa magumu pale sio.
Like the well that had been prayed for.
Itakuwa imedry.
Now it comes back into being salty.
Itakuwa salty makubwa haya sio.
Wewe chunga bana.
Right.
Tuangalie traffic?
Yes please.
All right, 20 minutes to 7. Let's look at what's happening on the roads.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFM KE.
I'm telling you, there's nothing much happening on the road. Thika Superhighway, it's only at the Madari Hospital. Kiambu Road is clear, coming towards town. Juja Road is fine. Jogoo Road and Landis Road are fine. Mombasa Road is okay. Uhuru Highway is fine. Langata Road and Ngong Road are all right. Valley Road into town is all right. Westlands into town, even at Muga Green, even at the Mall Junction is good. James Geshoro is clear. Connie, what day is it today? Merry Christmas. It's a good day to be on the road.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Yeah.
Ile parting shot on this unholy war and so forth. Kitu kimoja tu. They have reported many things and they have penned what it is that men of God have said. And they have quoted extensively. Or whether it is Reverend Teresia Wairimu, Archbishop Jackson Olisepit, Apostle John Kimani Williams, they've all had something to say. Or we prayed this government into power, the government should blah blah blah, whatever it is they're saying. Just bear one thing in mind. Nyinyi wote, God will not be mocked. So nyinyi endeleeni tu na mambo yenu. You prayed, you believe God answered your prayers. Then take it that God is still answering your prayers. Yes, it may not appear in the way that you think it should, but take it that unless you've changed gods, the God you prayed to, yule mazee umwambia tulia kidogo, and there's another God you're praying to.
Very good.
Sawa bwana?
That's very true.
Sasa wacha niangalie Business Daily. Sawa?
Tuliangalia ile.
Niangalie? Right.
Kuna story pale.
Stories ziko nyingi hapa bwana.
Okay, tell us the story.
Governor CS is hit at Treasury caps cars. Hawa watu wetu bwana mimi siwaelewi. Cabinet secretaries and governors.
Do this actually.
Yes.
Read that story.
This one.
Yeah.
Nisome.
Because that's the one we were asking. What's the issue? How many cars did they have before?
Ile rationale. Wacha tumsome hadithi yote kwa ufupi tusikie. Cabinet secretaries and governors will be assigned 2 official cars, while members of borders parastatals will use private cars and seek reimbursement in proposed radical changes by the National Treasury amid aimed at curbing runaway transport costs. The proposals will also see all senior officers at both national and county governments share vehicles, as a big shift from the current opulence where officers have access to multiple cars. Sasa mimi bwana nilikuwa nataka niingize vitu ile sasa kama anyway. The policy aims to enhance value for money and austerity in vehicle allocation by ensuring optimality. Oh goodness. This is what Treasury CS John Badi is reported to have said. He said the present transport system has been abused, sending costs soaring to 14.3 billion as of 2023 from 8.6 billion in 2021.
Wait a minute. In just 2 years, it has more than doubled.
Yes, it has doubled.
Was it 8.6 or 6.8?
It's 8.6, but 8
to 14.
No, karibu na double baba. Imebaki tu mbili tu iwe. My friend. So what suddenly happened? But amidst this, when you hear the Auditor General's report, utakuta kuna watu walikuwa na fictitious vitu wajua.
But these are just vehicles.
Vehicles, there's nothing
They're
else.
owned by
Vehicles.
Yeah.
He said the present transport system is being abused. What is important to observe here is that the bill for providing government transport will continue to rise if appropriate policy interventions are not put in place, Mbadi said. But it's going to be unpopular. In the proposal, one vehicle shall be allocated to each principal secretary, head of parastatal and chief executive of independent office. One vehicle, one operative word, one, shall be allocated to each chairperson of state corporation. Senior card office will be facilitated from a pool of vehicles. Pool, una book, unaongea. Commissioners of the independent office and members of parastatal boards are required to use private vehicles and seek reimbursement, Treasury said. Members of the board of parastatals will claim between 26 shillings and 58 shillings per kilometer, depending on the engine of the private car used. Cars with engine capacity 115cc to 1800cc attract the highest reimbursement rate of, sasa kama gari yako iko na farasi kama 5,000, what are you going to do? At 58 shillings, while the rate of those blah 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 blah, kuna zingine 850cc, hiyo ni pikipiki kubwa, and 1050cc 26 per kilometer, and so forth and so forth. I think it is a move in the right direction. It seems like it's small, but the point is this. When we're talking about people who are state officials who have made it a practice to simply disregard the law, what makes you think that suddenly they're going to listen to what Mbadi has said?
Look, this thing is just a story that we keep hearing from the National Treasury every year. When Uhuru Kenyatta was a young man in his early 50s, he was a minister for finance.
We remember.
He went to parliament and read a statement that did the same thing.
Watching
You're going to
Mercedes.
drive just 1.8 liters. In fact, then the next thing
You remember that one?
is then we're going to have a pool car. This is how you're going to operate.
Yes. Easy gari Mercedes mnapeleka wacheni. We're going to buy Volkswagen.
1.8 liters.
Okay, so
maximum.
about. And then?
Maximum. 1.8.
And
then there's going to be a pool car vehicle to be used in case you need to go up country or you're traveling, for work out of town and such kind of things. Off-road vehicle. Stories. That story has been repeated by very many cabinet secretaries in the National Treasury. Okay? It's one of those things that they say, well, what can I do to make people happy? What can I do to make you happy?
Wah.
Push.
And the beat goes on. And the beat goes on.
Three stories of death, and one of missing person. The family of murdered Wells Fargo HR boss is calling for speedy justice. That is still an investigation that's ongoing. The mystery surrounding the abduction of Dela Ward Rep Yusuf Hussein Ahmed deepened on Wednesday when DNA tests showed a body retrieved from a lake in Wajir did not belong to him. The lawmaker's family had agreed to have DNA tests on the body found in Lake Yahud, about 8 kilometers from Wajir town. 2 pathologists were involved in the tests, a doctor hired by the family and one from the government. The doctors took samples from Ahmed's mother, 2 brothers, and tissue from the body that's lying at Wajir Hospital mortuary. The results show that the body is not Ahmed's. The DNA test linking the 2 brothers to their mother is 99% accurate. The 2 brothers and the mother, 99% accurate. This body doesn't match them. The unidentified body at Wajir Hospital mortuary is 6 feet and 2 inches tall. The body was not burned, no parts were mutilated, according to the family doctor. Some parts, however, are damaged as a result of decomposition. So the question now comes back to the DCI. Who is this?
Who ni nani tafadhali?
Who is this?
Yes.
And how did they end up here? That's the police to answer. The other story. Waris Daoud, 38 years old, left her house in Nairobi's Isli estate for a nearby hospital on Monday evening, leaving behind 12-year-old daughter Nusaiba Dahir and niece Amina Abdirashid, 23. Okay? 38-year-old woman, 12-year-old daughter, and niece, 23 years old. Relatives say Waris needed to be treated for a skin infection at a hospital in the Business Bay Square Mall. When she failed to return and stopped picking calls, Nusaiba and Amina got worried and decided to follow her to the hospital. CCTV footage near their apartment shows the 2 girls taking a taxi around 9 p.m. That was the last time they are seen alive. Their bodies were found in different locations the following morning. Wairimu's body, that's the mother, according to the police, had deep cuts with eyes gouged out and wrists severed, but missing from the scene. It was found. The body was found, no eyes, no wrists. Relatives who've seen the body say that she has no eyes and appears to have been sexually assaulted. Wairimu's cousin, Hindira Sharif, who was waiting for her body to arrive at the city mortuary, told the nation. The information was confirmed by Athi River South Sub-County Police Commander Phyllis Modoni on Wednesday. The senior police officer said the body of a woman had been found near Alim Secondary School on the Chumbi Machakos Road at a place called Chamudeke, some 30 kilometers from Isli Estate. 30 kilometers from where she was last seen. She was at BBS Mall. Residents reported finding a body, and police officers together with the Machakos Crime Scene Unit detectives responded. Around 6:30 a.m. on October 22nd, a half-naked body with visible injuries was found on Mwambo Road in Nairobi. It would later be identified by relatives at the city mortuary as Amina's. Who is Amina? Amina is the 23-year-old niece. Amina's younger brother, Yusuf Abdirashid Ala Ahahir, who travelled from Mombasa upon receiving the devastating news, said she enrolled for a hospitality course at a city college early this year. I've just viewed my sister's body. Whoever is responsible for the terrible act should be brought to book. My sister arrived in Nairobi in March and was a student at Nibs Technical College. All our family is demanding justice. Gigiri OCPD Wilberforce Sicharani said his office received reports of a woman's body on Mwambo Road. Sicharani added that a team from Parklands Police Station was immediately dispatched to the scene. The body had several stab wounds on the back, the chest, hands and head. It appeared like it had been dumped there as the place was undisturbed. Imagine stab wounds, back, chest, hands, head. There was another gruesome discovery several kilometers away, almost at the same time. Nusaiba's body. This is the 12-year-old daughter. She was found near Bahati Primary School in Kamukunji Sub-County. The body had no visible injuries, but the clothes were blood-stained. Near the girl's body was a shoe and an undergarment, which we believe belongs to her. He added, the police boss, that the police officers also found a knife at the scene. There were tire marks there. Sicharani said the homicide unit of the DCI is handling the case. The DCI has taken over the investigations, as there seems to be similarities in the killings of the three females who are also from the same family, the same household actually. We'll work together to unravel the killings and the motives of the crime scene. Now, this is something that is quite... There's a guy called Nyuguto. He is the boss of DCI Homicide. This man has a lot on his plate. Has a lot on his plate. Because all these things need answers.
They do.
These three, and you know, the woman goes to BBS Mall because she wanted to go to a clinic. She doesn't come back. Niece and daughter decide, we are not finding her, she's not picking calls, can we go and check? They leave. Somewhere they are waylaid, they end up dead in different parts.
You know what is the commonality here, if you look at this, it's not just someone was killed, it's almost ritualistic. Because according to the brother of Willis Ayeko, says the brother's eyes were removed, his ears were removed, they cut off his breasts, and they cut his lips. So you're asking, yes, what on earth is this? So it's no longer a question of somebody was killed.
Yeah, it goes beyond the killing.
Yes, because in Ayeko's case, this guy was clearly tortured. Clearly tortured.
Same thing with this woman.
Yes. So what is this that we're seeing?
Hands
we asked this question
severed,
yesterday. We're asking it now.
Eyes are gouged out.
Yes. What is it that we're seeing?
What's going on?
Yes.
There's this body of the person who was found in Lake Yakub in Wajir. Who is this? The girls who were found.
Remember Wairimu? That's a girl who was found.
Yeah.
Decapitated. You're asking, what on earth is this?
And the ones who were put in gunias in Kware.
In pieces of them.
Yeah.
What is this?
What's happening, man?
Man, you know the DCI have their work cut out for them. This one, DCI could easily be overwhelmed. These are many.
This is beyond normal.
It went beyond normal a long time ago.
This one, it's beyond normal.
No, there's nothing easy here.
President William Ruto says the Social Health Authority has received 3 billion shillings from the government to pay hospitals for patient treatment. Speaking during the commissioning of the 4.5 billion cardiothoracic center at Tenwek Hospital in Bomet County, Ruto said billions of shillings that the defunct NHIF owes various private hospitals will be paid. He said, I've learned, for example, that Tenwek was owed 550 million shillings by NHIF. I want to assure you that part of the money will be paid in the interim. You'll not get a lump sum, but I can tell you, you'll get about 200 million. Like Namnai. You are owed 550, 200 million Nakuja. You'll be owed. The president expressed optimism that the majority of Kenyans would soon be covered under the new medical insurance system. Digitization, he says, will play a key role in ensuring efficient patient registration and claim processing, eliminating the corruption that plagued NHIF. He said NHIF had been riddled with inefficiencies, including more accountants than medical personnel in some hospitals, which led to inflated claims and mismanagement. Now, this one, we are sorting it out. In fact, 3 billion shillings has been released to SHA to pay hospitals for patient treatment. The experts in this area had said the primary healthcare and the emergency chronic and critical illness fund, they need about 100 billion shillings?
Yes.
What is 3 billion shillings? What is 3 billion? At the end of this month, people are starting to pay towards SHIF, the Social Health Insurance Fund. Those who are in formal employment, 2.75% of your salary is going blah, 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 blah. Those who are not formally employed and you've registered for SHIF, there was some means testing that was done, you were told how much you need to pay, you need to start paying. Are people aware of all these things? Are people aware where SHIF comes in, where primary healthcare fund comes in, where emergency care fund
No, they're not aware. They're not aware because the campaign to get people to understand is wholly inadequate. The communication is not complicated, but it needs to saturate the airwaves. In all vernacular radio stations, people need to be hearing, this is what is happening.
Yeah.
This is what you're going to get.
Yeah.
This is what you will expect.
Yeah.
This is how you transition. And it doesn't end at the end of the year. Even when it is operationalized, it should continue so that people internalize it. But that is not the case. So most people are actually in the dark.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why it's in the dark is because the government is not funding those funds that it should be funding. Those 2 funds that should be funded from the exchequer, they are not getting funded.
No, they're not.
The primary healthcare is not adequately funded. That's the truth.
It is not.
The emergency chronic and critical illness fund is not adequately funded. That's the truth.
Yes.
The social health insurance fund is coming in, it's receiving money, but then all these promises that the government is making here that it's going to settle the NHIF bills, those ones will stay there for a long while. If Tenwek has a bill of 550 million shillings from NHIF, where?
Nikali?
Even if the president says you'll receive 200 million shillings, which is a lot, when will the other 350 come?
Okay, that's one hospital. What about the others?
Exactly. Exactly.
You're transitioning before sorting out the problems that NHIFs supposedly have. So essentially, SHAF are inheriting those problems.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Now, when it comes in with their own problems, that muddle, who's going to clear it?
It's madness. It's complete madness. And I asked the question, why is the taxpayer then going back to pay for the mismanagement that allegedly happened in NHIF?
Yes.
Do we even know whether these bills are correct? It's 7 a.m. Let's get the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The three-judge bench hearing the case challenging Rigathi Gachagua's impeachment is today expected to rule on whether to grant or dismiss his application requesting the judges to recuse themselves from the case. Gachagua's lawyers have argued that the judges are biased and have conflicts of interest. They've linked one judge to President William Ruto and claimed that another judge is a friend of Senate Speaker Amason Kingi and Deputy President nominee Kithure Kindiki. The three-judge bench refused to grant the lawyer's request, seeking to expunge sections of an affidavit linking Justice Freda Murima to Deputy President nominee Professor Kithure Kindiki and Anthony Murima to the DP nominee. A Senate committee has scheduled a public hearings today to receive submissions on the proposal to extend the presidential term and that of other elected leaders from 5 to 7 years. The public will give views on the bill sponsored by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei at the KICC. On Thursday, the Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee said it had so far received over 120,000 written submissions on the bill by late evening. The bill has been undergoing public participation since October. The bill also seeks to create the office of the Prime Minister, who will be appointed by the President from among the MPs from the party or a coalition of majority parties in Parliament, serving at the pleasure of the President. The Prime Minister shall be the head of government, responsible for the day-to-day administration of the government, and shall be accountable to Parliament. The National Police Service has raised concerns over a slight but disturbing increase in murder cases in the past 2 months, with 339 cases reported from August to October this year. The figure marks a marginal rise from 336 in 2023 and a slight decrease from 341 in 2022. The Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, in a statement, emphasized the importance of collaboration with the public as investigations into these cases continue. The recent wave of violent crimes has left many Kenyans anxious, with several high-profile murders under investigation. One of those murders is that of 52-year-old Willis Ayeko, whose partially decomposed body was discovered in a stream in Quisero sub-county after he was reported missing on Monday in Siaya. Venezuela has criticized Brazil's decision to veto its admission to the BRICS group of emerging economies. Venezuela's foreign ministry described the move, which came at the group's summit in Russia, attended by more than 20 heads of state, as an immoral aggression. Relations between the two left-wing governments have worsened since July's contested presidential election in Venezuela. President Nicolas Maduro said he had secured re-election despite evidence that the opposition, Edmundo Gonzalez, won by a landslide. Multiple foreign governments have said they believe the opposition won the election in Venezuela, but stopped short of recognizing Gonzalez as the president. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Not so bad coming in towards town this early morning. In fact, we were looking at it and wondering, okay, what kind of Friday is this that's looking so good? Because as we look at Thika Superhighway, which is usually quite busy at this time, it is not so bad. The traffic only begins at the area of Mathare and Pastor Tali. Kiambu Road is moving near the golf course. If you look at Westlands coming towards town, it's not looking so bad. In fact, the areas that are usually busy, that's at the entrance into the superhighway along Mugoga Green, that's fine. If you look at Mombasa Road heading towards town from City Cabanas, it's okay. North Airport Road is fine. The only trouble that you'll find on the Mombasa Road is around that area, Imara Daima, coming towards the General Motors Bridge and onto the General Motors interchange into Enterprise Road or out of Enterprise Road, whatever you call it. And that's because one of the reasons would be because there's a contractor who's been contracted by Kenha who has decided that the best time to dig up the road is right about now and put up no signs whatsoever. So you get onto that place and you find Yeah. That's what happens in this country of ours. Southern bypass and all the other bypasses are fine. Langata Road into town is all right. Even Ngong Road into town is okay. Limuru Road in and out, fine. Lower Kabete Road is still good.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
7 after 7, how are you doing? It's the final Friday of October. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We wish you all the best as you get into 2025. We are at that point of the year. It's coming to the end of October. What else are you waiting for? Next thing is the 55 days of January. They begin. Is it not true, City?
It is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So for that reason, we are telling you Merry Christmas. From this day on, it's Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Christmas is coming, the festive season is coming. It's about time to spend this and the other. You're doing some shopping for here, you have some bills to pay, you have some emergencies to take care of, and you are running short of money. And you want a companion who you can call and say, so urgently send me 5K, please. I will pay by the end of the week. That companion can be on your phone that you've downloaded, and you're working with the companion. It's called Tala. Tala, you go to Tala and you say, Tala, send me 5K urgently. Tala will send you 5K urgently. Tala will even ask you, when do you want to pay? Tala is that kind of friend. When do you want to pay? You're the one who commits, oh, I want to pay in 20 days. Tala will be like, okay, here is the 5K. You pay within 20 days. You pay within 20 days. Tala tells you, good man, CT, good man. Next time you come and you say, oh, Tala, I need 15K right now. They'll tell you, okay, when are you going to pay? I'll pay within 25 days. All right, here is 25. You see, this is the companion that you need as you get into this festive season. And then January is coming with the things that come with January. It's school fees, it's what, it's the landlord also. Why do landlords need money in January?
Because you're living in their house.
Yeah, but why can't they wait till you pay them in February?
Okay, why can't you wait and live in the house in January? Yes.
These relationships need to be rearranged. Anyway, download Tala today from your Google Play, and you will have an easy time getting into what? Into the festive season. Health Friday conversation. Every Friday, we do this. Now, we cannot go into the end of October and we do not discuss what happens in October countrywide and globally. It's a Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so this morning, we are privileged to have Professor Mansoor Saleh, who is a consultant oncologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital, to come and tell us more about breast cancer in this country. Prof, good morning.
Asante, thank you. Thanks for having me again.
Good to have you back here. You're looking well and healthy.
I'm trying.
Very good. Very good. We've been given a message by the Aga Khan University Hospital. I don't know whether you're aware that Aga Khan University Hospital has 53 specialist clinics. I don't know whether you know that. I don't know whether you know that there is a main hospital on Limuru Road, and there is another one in Mombasa.
Another one in Kisumu.
Another one in Kisumu. And the Aga Khan University Hospital is promoting this thing for wellness and health checkup and saying, come and get a comprehensive checkup for only 9,000. How much?
9,950.
That much.
Yes.
Only that much. I don't know whether Professor Mansoor from Aga Khan University Hospital is aware, but I'm sure he is. And that's one of the reasons why he's here. Welcome, Prof.
Asante. Thank you.
City will give you the day's proverb.
Yes. Our proverbs for the last 3 weeks, including this one, have been from countries of the Maghreb. This week we've been in the Republic of Tunisia. Okay? This is Africa's most northernest country. You don't get more north. One would argue is the true north, is it? Tunisia. He who spends a night with chicken will crackle in the morning.
He who spends a night with chicken will crackle in the morning. You said this is from Tunisia?
Yes, it is from Tunisia.
Okay. Prof, what do you think?
I was prepared for something when I came here.
Yeah.
So I've talked to ChatGPT to say, how do I respond to this question? I think it is true that the environment in which you find yourself can be reflected upon you. So it's quite possible that if you sleep with a chicken, that you might behave like them as well. I think that infectious energy can be positive, but also can be negative. And you see it around this country as well. Somehow, we need to find a way to crackle with the kinds of chicken we find like-minded, as opposed to with every chick who is out there. So that would be my interpretation.
Choose your chicken wisely.
Yes, so that you can crackle appropriately.
And lay the right eggs.
Yes.
Prof, thank you very much. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Why was October chosen to be the Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
I must admit, I do not know the history. It may well be that the first group that was put together this way in North America to talk about breast cancer, it happened to be in October, but I must admit, I'm not quite sure why. We have many months dedicated to different cancers. Why October was breast cancer, I'm not quite sure, actually.
Okay. So what happens in the month of October?
I think we just draw attention to one disease, which is the most common disease for women, and also the most common disease in women who have cancer. And breast cancer is the leading cause of cancer in Africa, as it is in the West, but also the most common cause of death. And so we want to highlight this disease and the fact that we can prevent, early detect, and today even cure. But we need to always be sure that we do our part, that the population does their part, which is why we draw, I think, attention to breast cancer in October. But I think we should be doing it all around the year.
Yeah.
But October becomes at least a focal month for that.
Okay. So we elevate the conversations about breast cancer. Do you think we've done a good job in this country, in the last couple of years in terms of just highlighting the issues around breast cancer, creating more awareness about breast cancer?
I think we are better than we were before. But the downstream effect is that we do not have enough resources when you identify breast cancer that we give our women the appropriate care. Either there's not enough funding from the federal government, or even when today we have more patients being diagnosed with breast cancer, they still come too late to us. The mganga on the road will stop a woman and tell her about issues that may not be quite relevant. So the awareness on part of the community is not there. It's still lacking. The awareness on part of the physicians as well, the general physicians, about what can be done about breast cancer. We still think this is maybe TB, maybe it's just a little infection, maybe it's a fibroadenoma, a benign lesion. So I think across the board we are better, but we are not good enough.
Okay. So there's better awareness, but we're not doing well in terms of just providing access to screening services, then access to early treatment and comprehensive treatment.
Correct.
Okay. Are we seeing more people presenting themselves for screening?
The answer is slightly more. We have many cancer centers, quote unquote, around the country in the last year or so, and they provide services. But just because you provide a service does not mean you're providing good care. A good mammogram has to be read by a good radiologist. It's not the X-ray. The other day I saw a woman who had a mammogram which was read as benign. Turns out 4 months later she comes with aggressive breast cancer, where the mammogram missed the lesion but also missed the armpit, which has to be included in the mammogram because that's where the breast tumors will spread. Well, how do we train the technician to do it right? How do we train the radiologist to be sure that that mammogram should be repeated? So while we are there, we're getting better, we were not good enough. And I think that should be the message we have for this month.
Okay. Then the other bit of the question, again looking globally, is we now even have a National Cancer Institute. And we know that you, Prof, and others at the Khan University itself are leading in research, just trying to understand cancers and the cancer prevalence in Kenya. Are we getting anywhere closer to actually having statistics Do we know the number of people who have cancer at any one given time in the country? Do we know the areas that have higher prevalence? Do we know any of these things? Are we starting to get that information?
We are getting better. Clearly, before, when you look at Global Scan, which is the international scan to tell you where you have the hotspots for cancer, there were guesstimates. Today at the NCI, I must give them credit. We have a database, registries where all hospitals, besides reporting cancers to their own institutions, are feeding into the database. So I think we have data which is much more accurate that says certain parts of the country where people do certain, have certain lifestyles, have a high rate of breast cancer or esophageal cancer or lung cancer for that matter. So I think we're getting better. And that is critical in order for us to apply specific resources to specific parts of the country because of environmental or genetic predisposition, why certain people in the Tendic area will have more esophageal cancer. What is it about that part of the country? And I think we are getting better, and the NCI should be credited for that, yes.
Okay. Men also have breasts.
Correct. Men have breasts. The proportion of breast tissue in a man is maybe a tenth, maybe even less than that. We talk about breast tissue, not the tissue which is more adipose tissue. It's the glandular tissue. So men have breast cancer maybe a 10th to a 15th of the rate you will find in women. And it's proportional to, one, the amount of breast adenoid tissue, but also the fact that it happens late in life. Even men produce estrogens. And when you stop producing testosterone as you go older, your estrogenic power is higher, which is why men develop breast cancer late in life. Women in Africa develop breast cancer early in life. And that is a problem we face, probably because of the genetic makeup in African women. And we have good data to suggest that the tumors we see in African women are different, even though histologically under the microscope they look the same as in the West. The genetic makeup of that lesion is different. And it's well worth assessing and researching that, which is why we at AKU are specifically dedicated to doing research on patients in Africa as opposed to accepting things from the West that may or may not apply to us.
You say that on this continent, cancer or cancerous cells are detected in women at a much younger age.
Correct.
When you say younger, how young?
So if you look at it, the American Cancer Society used to say you start mammography at the age of 50 because most women who develop breast cancer will develop it above the age of 50. And that makes sense. In Africa, 20%. In Kenya, 20% of breast cancer are detected in women who are below the age of 40.
20%?
20%, 1 in 5.
Wow.
Now that is young. These are young women, premenopausal, early mothers, so it impacts the entire family when a young woman develops breast cancer at this young age. But that can be detected by mammography. Mammography rates are said initially to be start mammogram at the age of 50. Just about 4 weeks ago, even the American Cancer Society said, and we abided here as well, start your mammography at the age of 40, specifically for that particular reason. But more importantly, every woman, every month, at the same time, when they shower, should be examining themselves just naturally so that you know your body. Because 1 in 10 lesions in a woman's breast that are malignant will not be picked up by mammography, will be picked up by the patient themselves. So know your body. Next time I come here, give me a proverb or a prosa or a rhyme about know your body, because I think we need to know our body. And I think if women did that religiously, and added mammogram on October when things are much cheaper. AKU has an ad to say it's subsidized. All other hospitals have it as well. You need a mammogram every year from the age of 40. When you're above the age of 50, you could do it every other year. But in between, you go and examine yourself very thoroughly once a month. That is very protective. We also know that you can prevent breast cancer. Breast cancer is driven by estrogen. You know, estrogen is like the fertilizer for breast tissue. So tumors have an estrogen receptor, which is like a molecular mouth through which estrogen is like the fertilizer. So as you are getting more obese in life, more estrogen being produced, higher risk. So I think a way to prevent breast cancer is low fat, high fiber exercise. But you can't do that when you are 50. You have to start when you are young. That will change the paradigm in Africa. That combined with self-examination and mammography should reduce our rate significantly if we did that properly.
Low fat, high fiber exercise.
Yes.
And this is, and you said that if you are bigger, then you are at higher risk.
Correct.
Please explain.
Because fat tissue produces estrogen, and if estrogen is a fertilizer that feeds the microscopic mouth of a tumor, you can imagine obese individuals make more estrogens, more fertilizer. The likelihood of a mutation occurring in your breast tissue is much higher. So today, for example, in a premenopausal woman, the main source of estrogen is the ovaries. So if we have breast cancer in a woman who's premenopausal and their tumor is estrogen receptor positive, we try to shut down the ovaries. Either you can remove the ovaries, which is not a healthy way to do it, or we give you a medication. In a postmenopausal woman where the ovaries are not making any estrogens, it's the adrenal gland or fat tissue that is the source of estrogen. So an anti-hormone treatment for a postmenopausal woman is stopping the adrenal gland and the fat tissue from making estrogen, a different drug than you would give to a premenopausal woman. All those information readily available. Knowledgeable oncologists know that, but it tells you that the driver of breast cancer in women partly is the estrogenic drive.
So are we therefore saying that the findings about the age at which cancer or the cells are detected with African women has something to do with their production of estrogen?
You see, it may not be the only reason, but certainly it may be one of the reasons. The other reason that may be our genetic makeup is volatile, and we do not know why. So you have the environment, you have diet, you have your own estrogenic potential. All those seem to add up, that the genes we have that are different than the Caucasian genes may be triggered and in a way irritated, and all of a sudden a cell that is growing normally gets mutated, grows rapidly, spreads, metastasizes, and that's cancer.
I've got to ask, Doc, what's a mammography?
Tell me.
What's a mammogram?
A mammogram. A mammogram is a specialized X-ray which develops rays that penetrate the breast tissue to be able to identify those breast glands that may appear to have a malignant potential. They have microscopic calcifications, they are irregular, and you can do that very well with an X-ray that looks at breast tissue. Importantly though, in a woman who has breastfed significantly, maybe large-breasted, the breast is dense. 1 in 5 women, a mammogram may not be able to penetrate the breast tissue adequately. They may need an MRI. But the mammogram is today the breast detection of choice for breast cancer. And if you find a lesion to identify is it really highly potential for malignancy, then you do an ultrasound.
Are there dangers associated with mammogram?
The answer is no. Today, the amount of radiation that you receive when you're having a mammogram is very, very minimal. And when you have a mammogram once a year above the age of 40, that is really a minuscule risk compared to the benefits you will reach. Yeah. And we shield the heart, we shield the thyroid gland, so we are sure that we protect you when you get your mammogram done. It's uncomfortable because you're going to squeeze the breast onto a table so that you get the tissue very flattened so the X-ray can go right through. But I think that pain is worth the effort because it can save lives.
So you lie face down?
You're standing in fact. This comes to you as a tray. You put your breast on the tray. Another part of the tray squeezes the breast down, and the X-ray comes right through. Yes.
How long does that session last?
Oh, I would say the X-ray is seconds. Preparation may be a couple of minutes. And if you've done this before, you know exactly where to stand. And there is no question. If I squeeze any part of your body, and you know as a man or a woman, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay.
But that pain is worth the gain, for sure.
How does it then work for small-breasted women and men?
Well, for men, it's going to be very difficult. Most men will pick up their breast cancer by palpation. And then we'll do an ultrasound that picks it up very well. For small-breasted women, we have the technology allows us to really put the breast on this table. But in those women, maybe ultrasound might be better if you can't get your entire breast as well as the axilla onto that particular platform where the mammogram is done. All possible with the right people, the right technicians.
Over the years, and very many people have come to you, whether they're coming for treatment or they're coming for advice, or do you think that people actually know how to learn their body?
We're getting better because people are becoming more aware about their body because of fashion, etc. But awareness for the particular purpose of early detection of lethal diseases, that awareness is not there yet. And I think if we change our mindset, for men, it's about prostate cancer, and we're not talking about prostate cancer today, but often a man having a decreased stream of urine will say, well, maybe I'm not, age, maybe I'm not straining enough. Well, it could be enlarged prostate, which is the majority of the men, but within that enlarged prostate could be a prostate tumor. Well, we don't think about it that. We are much more driven towards the sexuality of a breast, to the potency of a man's virility, but body awareness for health purposes is not there yet.
How can we get there? Because I hear this all the time. Oh, just learn, touch your breast, touch yourself, feel. If you feel something different, then you'll know. How do I know what's different?
Yeah.
How do I even know that this thing was not there last year? Do you even remember? Do you remember if I went here last year? How do you know these things, Doc?
How do you know you've got a pimple on your face?
Oh, you see it.
Yes, you see it. You shave, you feel it. You say, this wasn't there before. I think that awareness is critical. How do we know that this dress looks good on me as opposed to the other dress? Oh, we know. There is that awareness. Say, that pink looked better on me than the other one, green, that I wore last time at the dance. I think all of us, if we are really aware, and we are, and we have to just pay attention, and you feel it, it's there. All of us, are we sure was it there? Well, then maybe it was there. Well, next month, it's become a little bit bigger. Look at the color, it's changed. That awareness is different than beauty awareness. If we were to spend as much time in looking at our bodies as an object that clearly harbingers malignant conditions, breast cancer, cervical cancer, pancreatic cancer, colon cancer, etc., I think we'd be much better off. We have all kinds of ads pleasing us to say, buy this dress, take this makeup, do this for your body, you look young, take Botox. I think we don't have ads to say, pay attention to your body for the sake of your wellness and longevity. That to me would be important.
The advent of cancer is still new for many people on this continent. And it's a disease that is associated with other parts of the world, not necessarily here, but now it's with us. And some of the detection methods that you suggest are also alien.
Correct.
When I take a bath, I don't go into the process of massaging my breast and determining whether there's a lump or not. But now I'm being told it's something you need to do so that you understand. Now, the question is, how do you get people to understand the processes by which they can actually get to understand the early detection, and by so doing prevent the eventuality which will not only be costly but actually harmful to them?
There's the good and the bad. We have more cancers today because we live longer. There used to be a time when African women and men were dying in the early 30s and early 40s. Today we live all the way up to the 60s. So the longer you live, the higher the chance that a malignancy may develop because you've got a mutation. You live long enough for that mutation to be the source of malignancy. Otherwise, you would have been dead much earlier. So that's one. Secondly is that our lifestyle has changed. We are not as active as we were before. We use the car, much more smog. Our lifestyle, our foods are very different. And I would challenge, we adopt Western norms very easily. Style, fashion, social media, the food that we eat today are so Western. Then why wouldn't we adopt some of those Western technologies that say we in the West develop a mammogram to be able to detect breast cancer early, or a pap smear? So let's adopt that as well. So I think we as a community, The pulpit in the church and the mosque should be talking about that, as opposed to talk about ethics, about other issues. I think that should be also the bully pulpit that uses this, because cancer affects the entire family, the entire society in many ways. We have less taxpayers, we have pain, suffering. I think that save of economic power would be very beneficial to Africa.
It would. Now, is there a way in which it can be communicated that the process of early detection, one, is readily available in health centers or health facilities, and that it is also cost effective? I ask the question because I know of very many initiatives that have taken place with regards to cervical cancer. I know of something called a pap smear. Okay? I understand it because I've come across it. But the campaigns are on and off. They are not consistent. Now, are we saying that when we have this awareness month, that we are seeking to up the awareness? And if so, how exactly are we ensuring that people who are most at risk actually get to hear and understand so that they can actually take the requisite action?
I think that's what Spice does. The fact you have me here today is a way to say, let's preach to the choir who are listening. Those who listen, hopefully we promote the message to others. And what you say is right. We shouldn't forget about it just because October is over. However, for breast cancer, at least we should say, in October, I'm made aware, get a mammogram. It's subsidized today. The likelihood of picking up breast cancer early is 9 times out of 10 if it's picked up by mammography as opposed to picked up by yourself much later in life when you have back pain and you have metastatic disease. So I think you're right. We as a society as a whole, civil society is doing a lot of work. You talk about cervical cancer. I was at a meeting just 2 weeks ago organized by the French Embassy, and the rate of HPV vaccination. Remember, 98% of cervical cancer could be eradicated on this earth if we were to vaccinate our boys and girls from the age of 14 to 18.
Boys and girls.
Correct. Boys and girls. We preach it to the girls, but not to the boys. And the feeling is the case could well be the boy infecting the girl who then do promiscuity will infect another boy. I think both. Yet the bully pulpit is not being used, and we've called all kinds of excuses about what we would do if we were protected and would be much more free in our own lifestyles. None of that has shown to be true. Cervical cancer, I mean, it's a viral disease. You would think you could vaccinate it. We were vaccinating ourselves against COVID very actively so that we would live, but we've not managed it. It's 28% today in Kenya of young girls and boys even less, who are vaccinated against HPV. We could eradicate this. We do not have a virus causing breast cancer, so the issues there are much more complicated. But at least we have the ability, low fat, high fiber, exercise when you're young, and when you are older, above the age of 40, mammography at least begin once a year, and October is a month where we remind you. And the important thing to me is, it's not just a woman's responsibility. Come, you guys will have somebody here on Valentine's Day to talk about roses, love, etc., etc. We should have the man not take his girlfriend and wife to dinner and spend money somewhere at a restaurant, pay for a mammogram. That would ensure longevity and love for sure.
Oh, that's a new way of expressing love. That's a good one.
It is.
It's a good. Let's take a break at 26 minutes to 8. Our Health Friday conversation today is understanding breast cancer awareness, detection, prevention. Professor Mansoor Saleh, a consultant oncologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital, is our guest. He is a well-known researcher in this field of understanding cancers, and he's here to teach us today about it as we talk about this on the final Friday of October being the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's sunny in Nairobi at 16. It's also, it's sunny everywhere in the country. So just, all right. So as I tell you the temperature, just know sunny. Kakamega, 18, highs of 30. Mombasa, 26, highs of 31. Malindi, 26, highs of 31. Kisumu, 19, highs of 31. Nakuru, 15, highs of 28.
Nyeri 16, highs of 26. Eldoret 16, highs of 24. Mostly sunny in Johannesburg at 18, highs of 29. There are light rain showers in Lagos at 26, highs of 31. Cloudy in Kinshasa at 25, highs of 32. Kampala sunny at 18, highs of 28. Sunny in Mogadishu at 27, highs of 31. Sunny in Addis at 13, highs of 23. Sunny as well in Dar es Salaam at 24, highs of 30. There is haze over Beijing at 17, highs of 20. It's cloudy in Paris at 12, highs of 19. London is cloudy at 14, highs of 17. Clear skies tonight in New York at 12, highs of 17 later.
Online, mobile, and on radio. www.spiceradio.co.ke.
North Airport Road, heading towards City Cabanas. You know what happens around this time? Yes, so it begins at near the interchange with the Outer Ring Road, and then it stretches. And of course, as you are on the northern eastern bypass, rather, coming towards the roundabout at Jeshi, you will find the traffic. And then you get onto Mombasa Road, and because of the good job that's being done by Kenha and their contractor, you will start with traffic at Imara Daima. Come with it all the way up the bridge at Imara Daima at General Motors, and then down, and then there's that roundabout of some thingy or so the other, and the traffic will be there on both sides. If you're heading towards the airport, as you approach that roundabout at General Motors with Enterprise Road, traffic. As you're coming from Mombasa Road heading towards town, traffic. After that, it clears. You'll go all the way to Nyayo Stadium and onto Bujala Road and onto Railways Bridge with no issues at all. Langata Road is okay. Even Gong Road is all right. Even Bagathi Way is okay. Even Jogoo Road is fine. Even Juja Road is looking good. Even Thika Superhighway, no, it's not looking good. That one stretches all the way to Mathare North Road, and this is around Delarue, coming all the way towards Muthaiga at the interchange. Kiambu Road also, it stretches through DCI headquarters, coming towards town. Quite busy. I'd said Juja Road is fine. No. Juja Road is actually not fine. The area around Isli coming towards Pangani, you'll find a bit of traffic there. Our conversation continues 23 minutes to 8 with Professor Mansoor Saleh, who is consultant oncologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital. Breast cancer awareness, understanding, and knowing what to do about it. So there's a lot that people do not understand. But also you've said it's important it starts with you. Like Siti was saying, some of these things are how we are socially brought up. You're socially brought up to avoid some parts of your body. Now, how do we change that cultural upbringing such that you actually are telling a girl as she's growing up, a boy as he's growing up, it's okay to continuously test and check and touch so that you'll detect a difference in your breast?
I think it can begin early at school, where clearly the human body is being created for a reason. Every part of your body clearly has ails, and we should not look at some part of the body just because they're linked to sexuality as taboo places. So the breast is as normal as your toe, and we don't worry about touching somebody's toes to say if it's hurting. And I think this starts early on at school for both genders, where you respect your body, you clearly know that your body can serve you well, but each part of the body can also undergo certain changes that are critical to be aware of. You know, I think we've spent quite some time about talking about early detection mammography. The one thing I hear often is people are afraid of identifying a tumor, even though they may be aware of it, because the treatment, they say, is worse than the disease itself. Oh, you will cut me, you'll give me chemotherapy, radiation. When I came to Kenya, there are two words I heard in Kenya. Well, I knew them before. Nyama choma, which is good, or choma. The choma is to say, if you give me radiation, you'll choma me. Doesn't exist anymore. We don't trauma anybody. In fact, we trauma the tumor, but not the patient. So I think we should also bring about awareness of the types of treatment we use for curative intent for breast cancer. Yes, they could be painful, but of short amount of time, but they allow us to really provide cure. And I think we talked about this when I came last time. Just like the breast cancer is fertilized by estrogen, if you have a receptor, which is a macroscopic mouth, that is the HER2 receptor, we can block that receptor because that's also a fertilizer for the tumor. We can cure women today. Recently, we did a study in women with breast cancer who were HER2 positive. We gave them chemotherapy plus anti-HER2 to block that HER2 mouth. We cured all 8 women who came on the study. Nearly unheard of. But you need to have the right testing. Is your tumor ER positive, PR positive, HER2 positive? Not enough to say, I've got breast cancer. Identify the pathology of the breast cancer so that we can then treat you in a targeted fashion. So I think treatment is improved significantly and life can go on. So it is not fair to say the treatment is worse than the diagnosis of the disease today.
You see, right there is where the disconnect is. Because when you speak positively, you speak hope, you speak life. But when we don't have that knowledge, then all our fears and superstitions around cancer is our lived reality. We ask this question over and over, and we're going to ask it again. Do the Aga Khan University Hospital is a teaching hospital? Do we have outreaches or do we have plans to ensure that our school systems benefit from some of these things? We know, for instance, that Kemri Wellcome Trust have a program where they initiate the programs and the processes of research in children as early as primary school and secondary school. So people understand how to grow and mature in research. Now, when people come to hospital, whether it's a pediatric hospital, whether it is for specialized care, the health care providers in these places, is it possible or is there an existence of a training for these health care providers so that when patients come, anytime you go to a hospital or a clinic, you wait. You very rarely do you come in and all that happens is you go and see the doctor. You will wait. That process of waiting, can it be utilized for what is normally called continuous medical education, that people get to be aware when you go there, there's something specific that has taken you there, so that the healthcare providers also know how to inculcate this knowledge during that space of time that is there. And sometimes you're there for a fairly long time. So you're a captive audience.
I think you make many valid points. In fact, what you say is we should begin early in education. And does AKU does that? Yes, I think we should do something better. In October, during Breast Cancer Month, we should not just be promoting mammography, early detection, but we should have healthcare providers go to schools.
Yes.
Primary, secondary schools. By the way, did you know there's breast cancer?
Yes.
Do you know this can happen to your mother or your loved one, or to you for that matter?
Yes.
And here, this is how you can protect yourself. Fantastic idea. The issue that we have also is educating individuals while they are in the clinic.
Yes.
While you're waiting for me, we complain about this at the CEO's office all the time. I keep on seeing the TV with all the news. I mean, you hear about Gaza, you hear about this, about that. But what about what I'm here for, i.e. the physician? What can we do? And when we asked the cost of changing that, it was much cheaper to have the TV on as opposed to giving an infomercial. So I think all of these needs to be changed. I think these are great ideas. And I'll go back telling my CEO exactly what you said. So during Breast Cancer Month, above and beyond us giving a free mammogram or a subsidized mammogram, we should have healthcare providers go to schools, talk to young girls and boys about this ailment, because they can then inculcate that into their knowledge base.
Yes.
And when it comes to research, I think we are agnostic. We have KEMRI here. We have a number of fantastic research institutions, better than most places in Africa. But we should do more specifically in cancer, because cancer research is not something we do automatically. We do infectious disease research, HIV, TB, malaria, but cancer is causing more deaths today than all of those combined infectious diseases. And part of what we do at AKU is exactly that, to say that the genome of a breast cancer patient in Kenya is different. So test those drugs that we have in the West on our patients, do their work, and more importantly, maybe develop drugs here specifically for our patients. And before I finish, I should talk about stigma. We're doing research today on stigma. Young men, young women, and older women who had breast cancer get stigmatized by the outside world. Their husbands leave them because they say they're not as good as you were before. Family shun them to say, by the way, you were maybe bewitched, and whatever you have may be infected upon me. 1 out of 3 women with breast cancer suffer anxiety. 1 out of 4 suffer depression because of the stigmatization of the society upon them for something they were not blamed for. We need to improve that as well, and that comes from education. So when we go to schools, we should say, just because somebody has a Band-Aid on his face, don't bully him, ask him what happened. Same thing with women with breast cancer. We should really be doing that, and we don't do that often enough. Partly because of ignorance, partly because of fear, what should I tell this person? And we shun them. And one quote I have from a young woman who had breast cancer, she said, in the past, I'd call my friends, I'd say, shall we go out? So they would expect my call. Now that I have breast cancer, when I call, they think I'm sick, I need help, they shun me. That to me is as bad as the disease itself.
And that is, deep-rooted, actually. You'll hear very many people will shy away from going for a test of any kind because they don't want to find out what's there.
Correct.
Because of what it ushers me into, right? I don't know, you're telling me this is a chronic disease, a terminal disease. How am I going to start dealing with these issues? What are you telling me to do now?
Yes.
I don't even have the money, the wherewithal, the mental strength to handle it, and you're thrusting me straight into it, and I took myself there to find out that information. I'd rather not.
Yes.
How do we change that?
I think in the West, I see this phenomenon of openness. Betty Ford had breast cancer, she says I had breast cancer. Schwarzenegger had prostate cancer, I had prostate cancer. We have a number of influencers who influence society to buy this good or the other good, or buy this dress or this makeup. Why don't influencers who have malignancies come out and say, I had it, I got treated, I'm cured, look at me. Our leadership, in many ways, will go out of the country when they have these ailments in secret. They come back, nobody knew. I think we should have influencers who have these kinds of ailments, including breast cancer, come and talk to say, I'm human as you are. It can happen to me. It could happen to you. Look, I am here. I'm cured. I'm healed because I paid attention to early detection. I wish we would do more of that.
Is our public health system well equipped to actually deal with these non-communicable diseases that are on the rise?
Not yet. I think if we, with everybody, thanks to Spice, tomorrow we'd have a mammogram, AKU and everybody else will be overwhelmed. But at least then we would respond appropriately and put the resources where they're required. I think we are getting there gradually. We have more mammograms. All the cancer centers in the country that have been opened up don't all have mammography units, but more importantly, it's not just the technology. The machine does not do it. The technician has to be well trained. And once you find the lesion, don't call it BI-RADS 1 when you know it's a BI-RADS 5 aggressive tumor. That requires more than just technology. We buy machines, we put them in the shops, they call them cancer centers. We have to have more than that. And that requires awareness, education, and the right people. We don't have enough radiologists. We don't have even enough oncologists. I think we are getting much better than most other countries in Africa, but I think it'll take some more time to be where we need to be. Awareness on part of the population, but also society as a whole should invest in, one, funding cancer care, as well as then equipping cancer centers with the right people who have the right knowledge.
You know, there's always a discussion, and predominantly that's what it is, a discussion and a talk about preventative and promotive care. And the cost effectiveness of it is also discussed. With regards to cancer, early detection, prevention, what do we tell people? What do people need to know and understand so that they can actually take the steps to ensure that they limit the chances and opportunities of actually acquiring or actually being cancerous?
If you look at the data, if you find a lesion 2 centimeters by mammography, because it's difficult to find by hand, because in the breast 2 centimeters could be very small compared to your whole breast. You pick up a lesion 2 centimeters which is not spread to the lymph nodes.
What is a lesion?
A lesion is like a lump. Yeah, a lesion is a lump. We use the term lesion when you have a lump that you suspect would be malignant, so we call it a lesion. But it is basically a lump. A 2 centimeter lump in the breast, you cannot feel it because your breast has so many other lumps, breast tissue, etc. A 2 centimeter lump, lesion, with no spread to the lymph nodes in the axilla, which is where they go first, the cure rate there is 90+%. You're alive and well forever after. The cost of care would be mammography, probably surgery. If you want to keep your breast, we take out the lump. For the rest of the breast, we have to give you radiation. And then you may need some chemotherapy or hormone therapy. I can imagine, and just off the top of my head, the cost of care would be about totally, let's say, between $6,000 and $8,000 converted to shillings. But you're cured. You come to me with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, you just spread to your bones in your liver. Your life expectancy is about 2 years. The cost of care of hospitalizations is at least 10-fold higher than what it would have been had you picked it up at stage 1. And the cost between stage 4 and stage 1 is the mammogram, which is today, in October, subsidized and cheap. You can imagine, cost economically, that would be better. How do we convey that in a very layman fashion to the common person to say, it behooves you to save some money and get your mammogram? 1 in 10 women in their lifetime will develop breast cancer. 1 in 10. It's not very uncommon.
Yeah, that's high.
That's a very high one.
That is high. That is high. But you know, if you were to look at the prioritizing of what people in our continent have with regards to healthcare, what competes for the resources that they have? Am I going to eat? Are my children going to go to school? Or am I going to go for a checkup? You balance this and ask yourself, what do you think will win the day? It will not be going for a checkup.
That's for sure. All low middle income societies where you are hand to mouth, which is why the government has to assist, has to improve our culture of care by making food accessible, education accessible, and then these kinds of preventive health care aids be nearly free. And I think we're not there yet, but as we develop, as we become more mature, we will get there. But the trouble is, as we become more mature, we assume we take on Western habits, which to me are even more a cause to getting us to be more obese, more hypertension, more diabetes, more cancer. So we're developing in a good way in some times, but then also in a bad way because societal habits are taken up much easier to the TV than these kinds of promotional about early detection and prevention.
Prof, you talked about just getting to do localized research so that we get to understand our cancers, our diseases from our own context. And you and others at the Aga Khan University Hospital and elsewhere are leading this. We had a conversation earlier this week with Professor Sam Kinyanjui from the Kemri Wellcome Trust program, and he mentioned the ALMA program that you're running at Aga Khan University. Tell us about that.
I don't have specifics about what did he say about the ALMA program?
So all of you have come together and did something about neuroscience and getting to understand just how it's basically just extending research.
Correct. So, today, above and beyond cancer, any other disease, non-communicable diseases, mental health is a big issue in this country, everywhere else. So we at AKU have a Brain and Mind Institute looking at the juxtaposition of neuroscience with mental health and physical health. So we met together. We have a study going on, for example, looking at usual stresses of life and how that leads to brain aging. Brain aging leads to dementia. Dementia leads to, as you know, poor quality of life. So we have a study going on evaluating 200 healthy individuals to see what regular stresses of life, taxes, mandamanos, riots here and there, what do they do to my life? Those are stresses. We do an MRI, we give them a Fitbit, we do neuropsychologic testing, and we assess what's going on over 1 year. And then we say, let's induce a stressor into this framework. So we have 25 women with breast cancer, 25 men with prostate cancer who've been early diagnosed, and we put them on the study. We do the same thing with them to say, now you have the same issues like everybody else, but now you've been diagnosed with cancer, you got chemotherapy, hormones, surgery. What does that do to your brain and your MRI and your Fitbit? And we assess you on a weekly basis. When your Fitbit shows tachycardia, we call you up and say, what's happening? Do you quarrel with your wife? Oh, no, I was having chest pain. Well, let's come and have you tested. That study is the first study in Africa looking at brain aging in the context of stresses of life, but then adding the stress of cancer. That to me is a unique. I just came back from a meeting that was in Europe where that was highlighted as one of the first studies looking at mental health and brain aging in the African context. And I think that is the kind of thing that my colleague from Cameroon must have talked about. And there are many other things. We talked about stigma, mental health, neuroscience. I think our dean, Lynn Lukoy, was recently at the cabinet meeting talking about how can we make suicide not a punishable entity, but a mental health issue where we can help individuals. So I think we at AKU, through research, are trying to bring in at least an academic angle to what societal ills are so that we can explain it, study it, improve it, and hopefully improve the quality of life of our people in this country.
I like what you've just said about your dean going to talk to authorities and our politicians about this. Because one of the disconnects that has existed for the longest time is how those who are in decision-making positions are ignorant about research processes, the importance of it, and how it contributes to the very things that they themselves are trying to promote. They are not aware. They do not know. They do not understand. My question, yes, the dean went there once. Do you have a program to ensure that people who make decisions on all these matters are constantly informed and they know so that they keep up with it?
Well, it's a big question, but at least we are getting the ivory tower to go to the policymakers. And as policymakers now elect people who are academically informed, then you have this ability to say both the policymakers understand and the academic tower can bring new knowledge so that two can talk together. I think we are getting closer to accepting the fact that suicide should not be a punishable entity, but at least a mental health or at least a societal concern.
You know, Prof, when you talked about how it is that churches and mosques and religious institutions should help propagate these messages, people who are also in the public domain, and for a lot of the time they are characterized by the nonsensical things they say, that is our politicians, okay? When they are informed about these things, they also get to grab the attention of the populace. And when they know, because knowledge that they can pass on will give them an element of popularity. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win because they'll talk about things which are important, but it's a win-win because they will give the impression to the electorate that they care and they're concerned. So the idea of talking to Parliament and talking to the various, what are they called, committees that they have, whether it's the Senate or whether it's the National Assembly, it's very, very important.
I agree. When I became a physician, I have people tell me, can you go and talk to the policymakers? I said, no, it's a waste of my time. I'd rather be in the lab. I realize today that it's just as important to talk to policymakers, influencers, just as important as being in the lab, because if you cannot translate the discoveries of the lab to the common person, and the intermediate interlocutor is the policymaker, then I failed in my mission for sure.
Prof, we thank you very much for coming. Give a final message to Kenyans as we have, the final days of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
I think my message would be to Maina, the message of hope. Today, a woman with breast cancer has a great potential to be cured because we have effective therapy here in Kenya. Not just at AKU, but all our medical institutions. That's one. So if you already have it, remember, know that we can cure you. Number two, if you don't have it, the best way to do and protect yourself is early detection and prevention. High fiber, low fat exercise, health prevention, but more importantly, mammography and self-examination can ensure that you will pick up this entity early in life if it is going to be destined for you, and that ensures better cure. That is our responsibility, and that is my message.
Oh, thank you very much. Professor Mansoor Saleh, consultant oncologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital. He's been our guest on this Health Friday conversation, awareness, detection and prevention of breast cancer. 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The three-judge bench hearing the case challenging Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment is today expected to rule on whether to grant or dismiss his application, requesting the judges to recuse themselves from the case. Gachagwa's lawyers have argued that the judges are biased and have conflicts of interest. They've linked one judge to President William Ruto and claim that another judge is a friend of Senate Speaker Amason Kingi and Deputy President nominee Kithure Kindiki. This comes a day after the judges ruled that all cases concerning the impeachment should be consolidated.
Having considered the nature of the petitions before us and with a view of conducting those proceedings in an orderly manner, we hereby issue the following further directions. 1. All the petitions shall forthwith be dealt with as those in Cohort 1 or Cohort 2, respectively. 2. Court shall, pursuant to Rule 17 of the Constitution of Kenya, Protection of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, Practice and Procedures, Rules 2013, on its own motion, consolidate any other petition referred to this bench.
And as Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment case continues, religious leaders from the coastal region have appealed for national unity. Led by Bishop Alphonse Baya of the Anglican Church, Mombasa Diocese, they've noted that the impeachment has distracted the country from pressing issues such as widespread corruption.
Wakenya wabaki kuwa na amani na kuiombea serikali yetu, na serikali ipigane na ufisadi. Ufisadi umezidi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tupigane na ufisadi na kuangamiza janga hili la ufisadi, ili kila Mkenya awe huru kupata huduma pahali popote.
Two independent DNA tests have conclusively determined that the body recovered from Lake Yahud is not that of missing Wajir MCA Yusuf Hussein Ahmed. This has been corroborated by a private pathologist hired by Ahmed's family, who confirmed the negative results. The private pathologist's findings have intensified the search for Ahmed, who vanished on the 13th of September. This even comes as National Police Service raised concerns over the disturbing increase in murder cases in the country. 339 murder cases have been reported between August and October this year, marking a marginal rise from 336 cases last year. At least 120,000 Kenyans have made submissions on the proposal to extend the presidential term and that of other elected leaders from 5 to 7 years. The bill also seeks to create the office of the Prime Minister, who will be appointed by the President from among the MPs and will serve at the pleasure of the President. The Prime Minister shall be the head of government and will be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the government and shall be accountable to Parliament. A section of Kenya Kwanza coalition leaders in Malava constituency, Kakamega County, have opposed the bill, arguing that it's a violation of the Constitution.
Hii mambo yenye imependekezwa na seneta wa Nandi, Samson Cherargei, hiyo ni yake tu. Mmesikia ground, watu wa Malava wanasema hawaungi mkono mapendekezo ya kuongeza kipindi cha rais hadi miaka 7. Kuna mambo mengi tu ya kushughulikiwa lakini sio kuongeza kipindi cha utawala. Hiyo ni maoni yake binafsi. Mimi naambia maseneta wasiunge hiyo hoja.
Sio mzuri kwa nchi yetu, kwa sababu hiyo miaka 5 inatosha for evaluation na kazi ya mtu kufanya. Mtu akikaa muda mrefu ako na muda mwingi wa kufanya maasi na maovu. But that time of 5 years is enough kwa mtu kujionyesha kazi yake, kwa sababu tulipitisha hiyo kwa katiba tukijua kwamba itafaidi nchi hii.
Hatutaki kwanza watuonyeshe wamefanya nini saa hii, waprove wamefanya nini for 2 years. Wanataka kuongezea 7 years ya corruption. 5 is enough.
Members of the public are expected to give their views on the bill sponsored by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei at the KICC today. The sale of disposable vapes will be banned in England and Wales from June next year, the UK government has confirmed. Ministers in England said the move, first announced in January by the previous government but not enacted before the general election, is intended to protect children's health and prevent environmental damage. Vaping industry leaders have warned the move could fuel a rise in illegal sales of the product. Although it's substantially less harmful than smoking, vaping has not been around for long enough for its long-term risks to be known. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Heading towards town on Mombasa Road, you will find traffic at the usual spot, and this is at Imara Daima as you approach the bridge, and then thereafter it clears. We've been seeing that there's some issues on North Airport Road, the usual traffic snarl up, so it's still there. It stretches all the way past the Outer Ring Road junction. When you're coming from Utawala and then you approach that roundabout, you will find a bit of traffic, but it clears up thereafter smoothly. Langata Road has actually been behaving quite okay today. Only issue that you will find so far is the junction between Langata Road and Magadi Road at the Galleria Mall. Just that stretch as you approach the Galleria Mall, you will find a bit of traffic. Angong Road is okay. Coming towards town from Thika Superhighway, it's actually improved pretty much, and now not much traffic even on Kiambu Road. Limuru Road as you head into UN Avenue, it's not bad. The road called Lower Kabete Road coming towards town, it's not so bad this morning. Even Westlands towards town and James Gishuru interchanges, not so bad.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 8 minutes after 8. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Asante for choosing this as the way to start your day. Whether you're following us on KTN, on SpiceFM, on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, on TikTok, on Radio Garden, wherever you are across the globe, thank you for joining. Tala reminds you that as you go into this festive season, and we already started saying Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, because this is the final Friday of October, and then we are on to November. So happy holidays, and as the holidays are coming, be prepared that you will have those moments when you have some urgent need for cash, okay? And if you download Tala and you have Tala on your mobile device, download it from Google Play, you will then have a companion who can lend you money. And the good thing about Tala is once you borrow, you're the one who chooses within how long, when do you want to pay. You want to pay within 20 days, 30 days, 35 days, whatever, 0 to 61 days. You choose when you want to pay. And it helps you if you pay faster than the days that you had actually said you were going to pay. It also works to your benefit. You increase your credit score. That means that you're also increasing the limit of the amount of money that you can borrow, which works better for you. Now, this is better. Think about it in terms of your own usikue yule mtu, where everybody, all of your friends know when you see a call from Eric on a Friday, huyu anataka pesa. Don't be that guy. If you see Eric calling you, this guy, all right, huyu anataka pesa. Don't be that person. Because there are many times when you actually do need money, then you, because of the kind of cred that you have with your friends, they're like, yeah. You're asking for 10K. Yeah, I don't have. I only have a G. Don't be that person. Yeah. Come to your friends when you actually do really need to borrow, and you you need a longer period to pay, so you can discuss with them. The other times, talk to Tala. Yeah. That's why they say on this billboard behind me here, Jijenge Natala. Sindio City.
Kabisa.
10 years in these markets. They have lent out over $500 million shillings.
A decade is a long time.
That's a decade is a long time. Very well established. Very well established. Remind us the day's proverb, City.
Yes, our proverbs for this week, and that's our final proverb from the Republic of Tunisia.
Yes.
He who spends a night with a chicken will crackle in the morning.
He who spends the night with the chicken will crackle in the morning and lay an egg at noon.
Essentially cock-a-doodle-doo. Yes.
Yeah.
You will cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah.
Kabisa. We were told that thing, there's somebody who told us, reminded us the Murima version of that proverb. Mushera na mukongo.
Yes.
Mukondo, kodukaga. Who is it? Oh, I think it was Professor Kagwanja.
It was Professor Kagwanja.
Yes. Okay. President William Ruto has... first of all, let's say we had invited Martha Karua to come and join us this morning. She was on her way. We've been informed that she has been called back to attend to an emergency. We don't know the nature of the emergency, but her team says, unfortunately, on her way here, she received a call and she has had to turn back to go to attend to an emergency. We hope that all is well, Martha. It would have been very nice to have you here. We hope to have you next week. So, I was reading a story. President William Ruto has defended the 95 billion shillings deal between Adani Energy Solutions and the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, KETRACO, saying it will save Kenyans from high power costs. It's the first time that the president is publicly commenting on the controversy sparked by reports the Indian conglomerate Adani Group has bagged multi-billion shilling deals, including a 238 billion takeover bid of JKIA. President Ruto said the deal will see the Indian firm build and operate several key power transmission lines that are expected to reduce electricity costs in the coming months. My government is committed to entering into private partnerships with the private sector in infrastructure projects to help reduce the tax burden and the debt reliance. An example is the partnership between the government and the Adani Energy Solutions, which will lead to reduced price of electricity. The partnership will fully address the perennial power losses in the country through the installation of new power lines and stations. The deal between KETRACO and Adani will cost an estimated 95.68 billion shillings. It'll see the Indian company develop, finance, construct, and operate transmission lines and substations across the country. Even the CS for Energy says all Kenyans are well aware of the significant challenge that our country faces with persistent power blackouts. These projects are designed to significantly enhance our national electricity infrastructure, ensuring reliable and widespread access to power. Okay? So the president has come out now and waded into the Adani and says, you know what, this is the way we are going. This is going to save us a lot of money. It's going to save us in terms of taxes. We don't have to raise taxes, so then we can get money to do these projects, because a private investor comes and they put in their money. If we were going to borrow, it would have cost us a lot. This one, we're not borrowing. We are just paying.
The principle makes sense. The principle makes a great deal of sense. But I want us to indulge ourselves in just a little arithmetic here.
Let's do that.
Just a little arithmetic.
Let's do it.
We are saying the Adani deal will last 30 years, and within that period of time, we'll have been able to pay back. First of all, let's start with the amount. How much are we saying it's going to cost us in terms of Kenya shillings? How many billions?
Okay. 30 years for the power transmission lines.
Yes.
95.68 billion shillings.
Yes.
95.68 billion.
That is 30 years.
Yes.
Okay. And we're not talking about the airport. Let's just talk about this particular. Let's just start with Ketraco. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's not mix issues. If you are 10 years old today, this thing will finish paying it when you're 40 years of age.
That's true.
All right? If you're 20 years of age now, you'll be 60 years of age. If you are 40 years of age, you will be 70 years of age. If you're 50 years of age, you will be 80 years of age.
Yes.
If you are 60 years of age and above like myself, you'll be dead.
Buana, no, Buana. 90, you'll still be here sitting.
I am not saying that I will not be alive. The likelihood of being alive exists, but it's remote. Okay? So, take the age of 10 and take the age of 60. You are traversing almost 2 generations in paying off this debt.
Yes.
And by the time it is paid off, 30 years, will you not be needing new power lines?
Of course.
And then, is it the most cost-effective way of ensuring that we actually get what it is that we need? This amount, what are we comparing it with? Who are the other people who will do this sort of work? Okay, let's start with the people who put up those power lines before. Gongalo. You know those. What did they do? Who are they? How did they go about it?
How much did we pay them?
Yes, the other people.
Because those ones were not PPP.
No, they were not.
We paid the contract.
We are not the only country on the planet that use electricity. We're not the only ones who have pylons. Other people do. These are the people. How do they go about it? And has our government informed us of why it is this is the best choice, given that other people do this business? No, they haven't. Now, what am I saying? I am saying that for 10-year-olds to be saddled with a debt that during their working life, they'll be coming to almost entering the twilight period of their lives, they'll be paying for something which they don't fully understand. For those who are at the age where they are working, this thing is going to follow them until retirement. Those who are nearing retirement, it will be during that period when you have to replace body parts. Okay? All I'm saying is this. When you have a debt of this nature that will occupy the citizenry of this country for a great portion of their active and meaningful life, should we not take a little more time and care to ensure that the deal we're getting is by far the best deal that we could actually get? We've been saddled with very many such deals, whether it is these equipment and companies that print money for us. We started off with some people who are building a railway for us, who went and built similar railways elsewhere for less. All these stories, Adani may very well be the best. But can we know, can we see and understand that they are the best? And when we're told of these amounts, again, can it be explained to us so that we understand that 95.6 billion is the best thing we could do? That's all really. It's really not that complicated. Because what is being used is not being brought from some other planet. Everything that is utilized is available on this planet, and most of them are available here in this country.
If I understand what you're saying, basically, it's the information side that is really, really glaring.
Yes, it is the information side.
Because let's even say that the people who went through these deals, all right, so the Ministry of Energy sits down and says the best way for us to improve our power stability is let's improve our infrastructure for transmission. Okay.
Yes, makes sense.
Established. Because. All right, what options do we have? We have an option of putting money into Ketraco, and then Ketraco contracts companies to do the work for it. That's just like we've done with the current power lines with Ketraco. Okay, so the option here is every year we allocate X amount of money in the national budget that goes to Ketraco that then builds the power lines. How long do we need to do that? Blah, 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 blah. How much money? How feasible is that? That's option number one. Option number two is a public partnership, where private sector through whatever, whether it's PIP, whether it's a publicly announced and advertised bid, whatever. But it's a public-private partnership where you come in, you build, you operate, you transfer. That's it. So you build, you operate it. As you're operating it, there's a levy that is charged, and that's where you recoup your costs plus your margin of profit, all pre-agreed, and then at the end of this tenure, you will transfer it back to the taxpayer through Ketraco. Okay, sawa. That's another option. Another option, raise money in another way in the market, for example, so that then the company is able to do it. Kengen did that. They did an IPO. They raised money. They had that money. They were able to do a bit of power generation, expansion of its power generation capacity. That's one other way. Okay, go to the market, raise money for this company. All those, let's say that the guys at the Ministry of Energy considered and they said, let's bring in the economists, let's bring in the power engineers, let's bring in everybody, maybe PPP is a better route. It's easier, it's smoother for us. Have a conversation on negotiation. How many power lines do we need? How many kilometers of power lines? What do we need? From where to where? How much will it cost us? Arrive at a figure. Do we know all those things? Is there a bit of communication that then happens and says, 95 billion shillings will give us this. This is a better deal. We actually squeezed it. We had done our own math before these guys came, and we had seen it could be maybe 1 or 2. But when they came in and we argued, do it, let's increase the economies of scale, blah, 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 this, the other, we're able to push the price down to 95. It's the information bit that's missing.
Information gap that exists.
And this is not just on this bill, it's on everything else.
Yes.
It's on the rollout of Shift Shashia.
Yes.
You're getting to a point where you have come to the end of September and you're told from tomorrow it is Shah. Okay, then you hear, no, the first month of Shah is not the rollout per se. It's just a rollout. The proper implementation begins in November, and that's when you start paying towards Shift. Okay. Do people understand? Are all stakeholders on the same page? The problem with government all the time, we speak with them here all the time and they say, yeah, I think it was our communication. They all know. Even the president, during the finance bill conversation, he said, I think we failed in communication because maybe we may have been able to convince people why we were seeking to raise 325 billion shillings extra through these measures in the finance bill. I think we failed in communication. When John Buddy was here last week and we asked him about this Adani deal, and he said, I think it's our communication. When the cabinet secretary and the principal secretary for health and medical services were here and they were talking about the rollout of SHA, I think it was our communication. When the chairman of SHA was here and we were asking about all these things and people not understanding what's happening, I think it's our communication. Everybody thinks it's a communication.
And?
It is communication that's an issue. Why is the government so averse at communicating?
You know,
why?
What I find interesting are these declarations. We had the former Prime Minister saying, he knows Adani, and he knows that the people who can do a good job, they should be given a hearing. We should understand. The President comes along and says, you know something, this Adani guy, he's okay. Just pause, great leaders. This is not a faith issue. Okay? This is not let's just believe. No. Nimemno huyu mambo yake inakuaga sawa huyu namjua sisi hatumjui. And it's not whether we know him or not. No, we actually don't even need to know him. What we want to understand is this money of ours which you want to us to spend on our own behalf.
Yeah.
Has due diligence been taken so that we have the facts? This one, they say even faith comes by hearing. Okay? We have not heard. So even if, and the proclamation is not enough, hearing. We need details. We need comparisons. We need comprehensive breakdowns so that every question that we may ask, we will have the data and we'll have the information and we'll have responses that you can look at and you can corroborate and you can follow up and you can verify. And so your faith will have grounds. But a pronouncement and a proclamation and a call to faith, no. No.
There's an attitude within government that, first of all, they all acknowledge that there is a serious trust deficit.
It's called lip service.
They all know, right? They know. For sure they do. They know that something needs to be done. But it's that case of everybody knew somebody needed to do it, and in the end, nobody does it. Okay? They all know. So what you find with every government, what you found with the Uhuru government was, push gung-ho. People are saying, no, this SGR, couldn't we have done this, the other, couldn't we have done this? They say, build the thing. They will see. That's when they'll understand.
It was built.
When it comes to the expressway, this and that, build the thing. They will see.
It was built.
They will understand. That's the push. Even now, with the airport, with the power, with health, with all these things, with housing, go ahead and do it. These people don't understand. When they see it, they will understand. When they see it, that's when they'll get it. The problem is, by the time we're getting to see it, there's so much that's lost. All those number of units that died now, they're saying that the affordable housing program has done so many units. And so many units have been taken up by, people who applied to Bomayangu, they've applied, they've actually started owning houses. All right.
Fine.
It's okay. But the very many who have not seen it, they are still at that level of this housing thing was just a scam. Even if you hear it, people have gotten like, who is this who has gotten the houses? Who got the houses?
Which one?
Where?
Did
they get them for free or did they pay?
And if so, did they pay?
And it's all because you just didn't understand that you needed to communicate properly and walk the journey with the people. So that by the time the houses are completed and you're saying, we were all on board from the beginning. Don't say, build them. They will see those monstrosities of apartments. They will understand. They may never understand. Don't say, give the guy the airport. When we see new hotels coming up and more planes landing, they'll understand. They may never understand. Don't say power lines, build more power lines. When they see now there's stability of power, they'll understand. They may never understand. They may never link that now we have less blackouts because Adani did the power lines. You may never link those two. Don't assume it. And the push to just say, unajua Wakenya ni wale man. Watu wanapiga kelele. If you listen to their noise, you'll never move. And as a government, you have a responsibility.
So you move.
So you just do it.
You lead.
Yeah, you lead. We need to raise money. What we need to do is take VAT to 16% so we can raise money. We need to increase the petroleum road maintenance levy because we need to build roads. People, when they'll make noise, we've added 7 bob. They just don't understand that we have to repair those roads. Just do it.
All these things will be said. And amidst all these things, there will be something called the truth. You see, the noise arises from our lived experience. Promises made, not kept. That is phase 1. Promises made, started, fulfilling, not completed. Phase 2. Promises made and even fulfilled. Even the things that the government has done well, they don't talk about. Even things which they've actually achieved, they don't talk about. So, that thing and the thread that ties all these things together is we don't know. So because we don't know, the assumption is that the government never does anything. And yet that is actually not true. There is a lot the government does. But since we don't hear what they have done, since we don't hear enough of what they have planned and they have started, all we hear and we know of are things which haven't been done. So everything is lumped together. So it's the government never does anything. But the thing that makes us understand and come to that conclusion even more readily is because we have this thing we keep being told are our debts. And we are being told that everything we collect, most of it, how much is it again? 80% goes towards paying the debts. So it's only 20% that is left for us to use. And we're saying we are the ones who are paying for these debts. So when you send M-Pesa, you're going to pay more money. When you do this, you're going to pay more money. When you do this, and we're saying all these things that you borrowed the money for on our behalf, they were supposed to bring about development. And from what we understand of development, the development was supposed to make our lives easier. Why is it that this development is making our lives harder? Why? This thing that was supposed to make our lives easier, this thing for which money was borrowed, this thing for which we are now repaying, why? So when you talk about money, and even if you talk about a PPP, it's not free. It is not free. It is not free. You can tell us.
It's not.
It is not free.
It's a debt.
It is a debt.
It's a long-term debt. You're just paying it over 30 years.
Yes. You will tell us, no. They're the ones who are going to build and they're going to recover. Precisely. Precisely. Recover.
By charging for use of the infrastructure.
Yes. Who is going to pay for it?
That's it.
So, are we still not paying for it?
So we are paying expressway now.
Of course we pay for expressway.
China Road and Bridge got a PPP to construct the expressway.
Yes.
And to run and operate it for 27 years.
Yes.
And on the 28th year, transfer it back to Kenya.
Yes.
In that 27 years,
30 years,
it will charge a levy.
They charge.
Okay. The initial budget that was announced by the government, for example, this expressway was about 80-something billion shillings. Now, because the government pushed and said, finish this thing faster than the costs went up. We don't know how much it is right now. I'm sure the government knows. The public has not been told. Now what we need to pay to China Road and Bridge for the next 28 years or 30 or whatever is now not 80, it's 100.
It was a PPP.
Yes.
And the messaging was, you are not going to pay for this one. They will build. But we are paying. I mean, this thing, this is what I love about the government. You will not pay and yet you pay. So, so where are we exactly? Because according to you, we are not paying, but we know we are paying.
Yeah, this is not paying. It's just using.
It's just using, but they're the ones who paid for it.
You're paying to use because they need to repair it.
Yeah, but you're also not paying. Okay? So now we're also not going to pay for the airport, and yet everything that has to do with the airport, people pay. So, but we're still not paying.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? All these PPPs, and we understand them, stop telling us we're not paying, please. Please, because we're paying.
It's a communication issue.
Yes.
It is a communication issue. I want to read the quote that was actually put in this one by the Standard.
Yes.
Let me read it before we continue. Okay. So they also have the same story about the Ruto now defends Adani Power Project deal. This is what he says. I want to quote the verbatim quote here. He said, the Adani Group is investing 95 billion shillings of its own money in the transmission line. Had we borrowed that money, it would have burdened the people of Kenya. This is now a private sector investment similar to the Nairobi expressways. He further underscored the importance of private sector involvement in unlocking Kenya's potential and fully exploiting its resources. Here's another verbatim quote. It is crucial for us as a nation to understand that public-private partnerships provide a win-win situation where we deliver public service using private investment, supporting overall development. Okay? The messaging here, the slant of the messaging is, these guys are putting their money, it is not our money. So they've come, they have their money, they put their money, they invest, and then they'll only now charge us for using it.
They should stop telling us these things because they're not true.
Let's take a break. It's 27 minutes to 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. I want to tell you what's happening on the roads, plus also give you the weather forecast for the day.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start SpiceFM. Nakuru. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny across all the major towns in Kenya today. Sunny in Kakamega 20, sunny in Nairobi at 17, sunny Mombasa 27, sunny Malindi 27, sunny Kisumu 23, sunny Nakuru 18, sunny Nyeri 16, sunny Eldoret 18, sunny Kampala 21, sunny Johannesburg 22, sunny Mogadishu 29, sunny Addis 14, sunny Dar es Salaam 25, cloudy Lagos at 26, cloudy Kinshasa at 25, sunny Kampala at 21, cloudy in Paris at 12, cloudy in London at 14, hazy Beijing skies at 19, New York clear skies at 11.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
My friend, it's a good day to come to Nairobi today. If you don't even live in Nairobi, you live in the Degwa, come to Nairobi just because you can come. The roads are clear. Limuru Road, though, as you get to the UN junction, you'll find a bit of traffic there. Kiambu Road is just starting at past DCI headquarters, coming towards Muthaiga, so you'll just find a bit of traffic on Muthaiga. Thika Superhighway is just at Utalii Hotel. Juja Road, just a little bit of traffic in as you approach Pangani. This is on Pareto Road, Fairview Road and Chai Road. Jogoo Road is okay. Landis Road, just a little bit of traffic as you go to that roundabout. Mombasa Road is okay, just a bit of traffic into Nyayo Stadium. Thereafter it moves. Langata Road has been alright. Ngong Road has been okay. Even North Airport Road has improved. Hey, bwana, just come to Nairobi. Visit us.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues this morning. It's just about the kind of communication that we get from the government and understanding what's going on. I want to read a tweet that was tweeted yesterday by a gentleman called Grant Brooke. Okay? Grant Brooke is an economist and he's been here in this country for a number of years. Founded several companies. So, it's a long one, just bear with me. Sawa City?
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes.
Surely, brother.
He says, I wrote a letter to my IMF friends attending this week's annual meeting in DC. This week in Washington, the IMF gathers to discuss what they call Kenya's debt sustainability. They'll speak in carefully euphemisms about preventing default, as if default were a future event that might be avoided through more clever financial engineering in like the past year. But let's be precise in our accounting. Kenya has already defaulted, not on its bond payments, but on its fundamental obligation, the future of its citizens. It's the future income of Kenya's population that's leveraged in debt, and they've gotten and will get nothing in return in this trade beyond tear gas and bullets. The money is already spent, only collections remain. The mathematics of this default are clear and present. In just 2 years, the average Kenyan's income has fallen by 12%. It was just reported that a worker earning 50,000 shillings monthly now is taking home 39,000 shillings instead of 41,450, losing 29,400 shillings each year to inflation and devaluation. This is not a theoretical default. It is a default that's happening now, every day, in diminished wages and vanished opportunities. Since I first came to Kenya in 2008, the inflation-adjusted income of the bottom 80% of Kenyans has only declined, despite mountains and mountains of debt for development programs. What the IMF fails to recognize, or perhaps chooses not to acknowledge, is that every infrastructure bond, every Eurobond, every new debt instrument is essentially selling claims on future Kenyan earnings at a steep discount. Consider last year's 240 billion shilling infrastructure bond at 17% interest rate over 7 years. The arithmetic is brutal. Kenyans will pay 408 billion shillings. That's the original 240 billion plus 168 billion shillings in the interest. Before a single road is paved, 41% of the repayment is already promised to creditors. We've taken an infrastructure bond and we've told the creditors, even before we start building, 41% of that interest will be paid. Then subtract what the Auditor General delicately calls leakage. That's a consistent 30% of public funds that vanish to corruption. Of the original 240 billion, 72 billion shillings is redirected to private accounts. What remains for actual infrastructure? Perhaps 96 billion. How much did we borrow? 240 billion. That's 23% of the total borrowed that will end up on roads, bridges, water systems, schools. 240 billion shillings infrastructure bond, only 96 billion shillings actually ends up doing the things that we borrowed it for. This is a trade that's being made. 408 billion shillings of future wages and taxes in exchange for 96 billion shillings of actual development today. Would any sane person sell 408 shillings of their future earnings for 98 shillings today? Yet this is precisely what Kenya's leaders have done with the income of its citizens. The Eurobonds represent an even more explicit sale of future earnings. The 6 to 8% yield appears modest until you factor in currency depreciation, the shilling falling 20 to 30% against the dollar over typical bond periods. Foreign investors understand this math perfectly well. They market these bonds as high-yield frontier market opportunities, a polite term for buying Kenyan future earnings at a discount while knowing the IMF will ensure repayment. Frankly, I don't know why credit ratings agencies rate Kenya and not just the IMF's money machine. In this environment, only two assets have thrived in Kenya: bank stocks and land. This is no accident. Banks, CT, you love to hear this, have discovered a perfect business model. They borrow at an average of 2.8% from your deposit, CT. They lend to the government at 15% and they pocket the spread with zero risk. Their stocks soar. Meanwhile, telcos are becoming de facto banks, extracting fees from every transaction in an increasingly cashless economy. The only other legal home for these profits from this financial extraction is a flood into land speculation, driving prices beyond any relationship with actual wages. Also reported this week in Nairobi's wealthy enclaves, land prices have risen 8% in 2024 to 210 million per acre. Even in satellite towns like Athi and Mlolongo that were once meant to be working families, land prices have surged 12.6%. A worker saving 5,000 shillings monthly would need 507 years to buy a single acre, assuming prices don't rise beyond tomorrow. This is happening because clearly in an economy where the vast majority are going on less and less, there isn't any productive investment to be made. It's a shell game for the elite. He goes on, but he paints that picture. He paints that picture of when we talk about debt, what we're talking about. When you talk about, we know, we just took this money. It's actually looking to that future, like you're saying, City.
Yes.
It's 30 years. It's a 10-year-old today who will be 40 years by the end. This debt is actually, by the time
you're 1 year old, in 30 years you'll be 31 years old.
You will be 31 years old.
If you're born and you haven't even acquired 1 year, you'll be 30 years old.
Yeah. By the time we're finishing with these deals. And yet, like you've saying, currency fluctuation.
Yes.
These things are foreign currency dominated.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
So if our shilling just does its thingy magic, it adjusts. It adjusts.
Yes.
But we're saying that no. Come on, people. If we asked for this money, it would have, it would have cost us a lot of money.
You know, one of the things that is actually interesting, and if we were to actually ask the questions, and from a position of knowledge, okay, Adani is trustworthy. Let's put a tick on that one.
Okay.
But let's ask, I am concerned about these transmission power lines. If we're to look at companies that build these things globally, track record means you've built many kilometers or miles of power lines.
Yes.
The more you build, the more you're good at it.
Yes.
So, if we're to compare, how exactly does Adani compare? Because globally, what have they built that is known that we can say, these guys, if you're looking at it globally, okay, they have built power lines, so it tells you this is something they're good at. Totally, they've built something like just 1,200 kilometers, or miles rather. That is 1,931
kilometers of power lines.
Yes, exactly. But the other companies, globally, if you just you do total, because we're now looking at your prowess in this work.
Okay.
Now, this is against other companies. We have a company in North America called Qantas Services. They have done 11,174.
Okay.
We have MYR Group. They've done 5,000 miles. You have Crewit, 3,409 miles. You have Velan Construction, 2,683. These are companies that globally are known to do this work, and they are all, and this is miles. They all have built more kilometers of power lines than Adani has. So now you ask yourself, what is it that transmission lines cost globally? An average cost. It's $1.5 million per kilometer.
This deal of ours?
No, I'm telling you globally. AC transmission lines. All right. Or $2.4 million dollars per mile. All right. Now, you want to do the arithmetic. If you were to look at what we have and what we are being told, it's going to cost $1.3 billion, isn't it? And the total kilometers is what, 388, or is it more? Okay. So if you do the maths, what do you come up with? How much is this one going to cost us? What I'm asking is this. These are the conversations that should have been presented to the citizenry so that you understand we are getting a good deal. Because Adani is not a Kenyan company. So we say, we know they built this line from Dandora to Eno. It's an international company. Yeah. So we can only compare them with other international.
Their peers.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And if we look at their peers, there are other people who have done these same things and they've done more of it. So why then do we choose them? See the why question, and telling us they've done work. We get it. They have. But why them and yet there are others? Why them? What is it that they can do that these other people cannot do? What is it that they do better than anybody else who is in their field? Why is it that the work that they're proposing to do with us is what we actually need as opposed to what the other people would offer? Simple enough questions.
It's something that the government has ignored for a while, and by that thing is going to come and bite the government, whether if it's William Ruto's government now or whoever's government in the future, but the government will actually be bitten by this thing, ignoring the need for civic education, ignoring the ideals for communication with the citizens, ignoring those, coming and just giving top-down information while you're preaching bottom-up transformation. Bottom-up means that you go to the people and start from there. What are your needs? What are you? Let me hear. What do you need? How do you suppose we do that? Okay, so this is how we can do it. Are we in agreement? All right, so let's do it. That is bottom-up. But sitting and locking yourself up in a boardroom and deciding and then coming to say, and then people say, but what is that?
This thing is good.
You gave me the job to go and can you let me do my job?
This thing is good. See, I've told you it is good.
Yeah.
And we're saying we are
not. Did you give me the job to go and do these things?
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
You gave me the mandate.
Yeah, and
you
the answer
delegated
is yes.
your authority to me.
It is yes again.
So then listen to me.
We are listening. We are actually listening. That is the reason why we are saying, having listened, can you also give us information about this and the other? Please, respectfully, give us this information so that we can agree with you as you have agreed with yourself and the individual you've brought or the company you've brought, because you understand things which we don't understand. Why? You have information we don't have. So share this information with us, please. Because indeed, we have delegated this power to you.
Yes.
Now, can you also now cascade it down to us so that we also are on the same page with you? So that when you say we're moving forward, we are moving forward from a position of knowledge, and we will not be asking more questions because you'll have answered the questions that we had asked. Yes.
It's just, it's refusing to accept some of these basics.
Yes.
And like we're having a discussion yesterday with Suba Churchill here, and we asked ourselves, what's our true north? Our true north is the Constitution.
It is.
Chapter 1 of the Constitution establishes the sovereignty of the people of Kenya and the supremacy of the Constitution. Chapter 2 establishes the Republic, all right? And then Chapter 3 brings in the Bill of Rights. Chapter 3 is the citizenship, right? And then we've got the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4. There's a reason why those things are sequentially like that. Number 1, establish that all sovereign power belongs to the individual citizens of the Republic of Kenya, the people, and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. And then it goes down to say the people may, optional may, all right? Goes on, right? After that, it says that the senior most supreme law of this republic is this document called the Constitution. Any other piece of legislation is secondary to this Constitution and must conform to what this Constitution says. After that, it says this is a republic, which means we do not have a king. You may think you have all the power in the world, but no, you are not the king of Kenya.
Your power is described, prescribed, and it is in the Constitution.
The power belongs to the people.
Yes.
You don't have your power. No. The power is given to you by the people.
Yes.
Right? And then thereafter, we talk about now those things. The values. This chapter 10. Services to the people. That there shall be 2 organs, and the people shall receive their service. And that we all shall live and abide by these values. We shall promote our culture. We shall have a culture. That thing is basically just doing the main fabric of our republic. What that means is that whatever you do as a government, you must know that it comes from the people. It is for the people. It is by the people. The people must be there all the time. You cannot make a decision and then come and ram it down people's throats and say that is because you gave me power. Nobody gave you power.
No.
The power still remains with the people.
What we've done is delegated it to you. And what is given to you can be taken back. It's really not very complicated. The owners can say, look, we have given you this, we now want it back.
Yes.
And when we want it back, we're not asking to give us back, we will actually take it. That is how this thing works. Because if you have the power and the benefit that we were supposed to derive from giving it to you does not come to us, why then should we continuously allow you to have it? Why? Because this arrangement is not a complicated arrangement.
No.
And we provide you with the means to actually make these things deliverable to us. We give you the means. Yeah. We pay taxes. We ensure we comply with the law. We ensure that monies that enable the government to function on our behalf is there. Now, if we do all these things and we play our part, and we still feel that we are receiving the short end of this particular stick, then how do you expect us to continue this relationship? Tell us. What do you want us to do?
Communication is critical. Communication is a responsibility that those in positions of leadership have, okay? And it starts with just civic education. First of all, just understand our laws. Understand that you're the sovereign. Understand that you have delegated your power to me. Understand that this is the kind of relationship that we have, you and I. You're the boss. I come to you, you tell me what you want, and then we discuss how I shall deliver it the best way I can. Understand that in some areas I'll ask you, please, just trust me. Trust me. Okay? And it happens. You can come and say, you know what, just, you're not seeing my point of view. Trust me. And I'll tell you, I trust you, but then let's talk about at what point which I shall realize that you are right, and at what point you shall realize that I was right. So this trust is not just open-ended.
It's not blanket.
It's not blanket, all right? So all those things are important.
And that's where the communication bit then comes in. When all these government agencies, all of them admit that, because of our poor communication, we're having these challenges in implementing these projects. Because of our poor communication, we're having this pushback from the citizens. Because of our poor communication, we are not able to bring in on board more taxpayers. Because of our poor communication, then just fix the communication if that's the issue. Because that's clearly the issue.
If you've really recognized it and known it's the issue, it's within your purview and you have the ability and the means to change it. The trust is something that is earned over time. And the only way it is earned is when one demonstrates and one can see and one has experience that the things that you say you will do or the things that we know you ought to do get done, even if they are not completed, but it is communicated, then the understanding is easier. If you start off and it becomes apparent over time that this thing which you said you would do is now difficult and it cannot be done, it is communicated. We will grumble, we will make noise, but we will have been informed.
We will know. You see, once people have buy-in, they walk the journey with you.
Yes, they do.
All right. So I believe that you have convinced me that this is the best route to take. So we are constantly walking the journey. And then you get to a point you say, Miakapa, actually, I had not factored in one or two things here. And these are the things that are not factored in. Now, because of that, we need to make adjustments. I'll be like, all right, so let's make the adjustments. I actually see the sense. At some point, you say, this thing, let's just count our losses. I'll be like, I agree. Let's count our losses. At least we tried. But
you have communicated.
But we
and
will
that is
be
the reason why.
The journey together.
Exactly.
We will be walking the journey together. You cannot roll out CBC and tell us that, from grade 6 you go to secondary school into grade 7.
And then we ask how.
Okay, wait, who are you telling? Then you come back and say, okay, nice, how are you? Made a lot of nice. So from grade 7, just continue the same primary school. So,
okay. Yes,
yeah. Grade 7, 8, 9. Now again we're talking about, but there's no 9. Yeah. So now.
And then, we've heard that, but again, they're no teachers. How will they learn?
We are getting
teachers. We're getting them. 30,000 teachers. They're saying, okay, but what's the need?
How many do we need?
Yes. And it continues. Then you tell us there is this university way of doing. We are going to look at this thing again, and we're going to give you a formula that will now work and it'll be new, better, spanky,
improved.
Kabisa, turbocharged. And we're saying, yes, how? No, what we will do is A, B, C, D. Okay. Have the parents understood? Have the teachers at the universities understood? Have the students understood? Have they been walked through it so that when you utter the word this, they understand exactly what you're saying? No, it's a work in progress. They will understand. We say, all right. You see, so the walking along and the faith is there because they say, okay, let's go with it.
Yep.
We will change this health thing. And we're going to introduce, and when you talk about it, it sounds beautiful. We say, this thing is good. But for this to work, we're going to bring in a new system. What happened to the old one? It was corrupted, it wasn't working.
Yep.
All right. So how are we going to implement it? No, on this date, we will start doing this and this. But you know what about this? Believers, we will sort this thing as we move along. We say, okay. We keep...
And nobody who desperately needs service will suffer.
None. You roll it out and we're having problems. There are these people who normally go for something called dialysis. They're saying it's not working. Do not worry. We are going to inform the hospitals that this thing ought to work and we will guarantee them and blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. Guys, we're paying cash for dialysis. It's not working. Okay, so what do we do here? See, the question of what do we do is always being asked. No one has said go to hell. They're saying, what do we do now? No. We will pay this. Okay, you will pay. And then thereafter, what will you do? So this is the work in progress. Okay, can you give us a breakdown?
Yeah. Paint for me the picture.
Yeah, so where are we going? So that we know exactly where we're going. Okay, we will be paying for ourselves for the next 2 months. And then after that, will we get a refund? Will this happen? walking the journey means giving us details so that we understand. Any grown-up individual knows whenever you start a new system, there are hiccups. We all know that. And that's why we ask for a pilot. The pilot gets you to understand what the major hiccups would be. Not all, major. Some will only work when you've rolled it out universally. When it's just a few places, you will not quite know. But again, it makes it easier to walk the journey. A problem arises, tell us, this is how we're going to solve it. We'll say, okay. We will wait. Something else we'll say, oh, we keep saying, okay. We keep saying, okay. Now, if you've seen us saying, okay, when you've explained, what stops you from explaining everything to us? So that we can say okay to everything, not okay piecemeal. Because piecemeal okay raises questions more than it leads to acceptance.
Samuel Mashari is saying it's a communication issue. Okay. Who's dropping the ball? Is it the government or is it journalists? Well, you know, journalists are not the government's communication officers.
No, we are not. No. We are not.
We only amplify.
That's all we do. If we talk about patients of a problem, it's because we've been told.
We only amplify.
And there are people
if the
among
government communicated, would amplify the message.
Yes. And sometimes some of us are people who are in that category of patients, so we know from them. Yes.
Well, in the next hour, we're going to deal with another communication issue. Okay? The government has a policy and has been pushing and driving towards implementing nuclear power in this country. But the people in whose neighborhood the first power plant is to be erected are up in arms. Many of them don't understand. Many of them hear different things. We'll have an activist who's joining us at 9 a.m. to discuss exactly that. 9 news time.
Morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. At least 339 murder cases have been reported in the country between August and October this year. This figure marks a marginal rise from 336 last year and a slight decrease from 341 in 2022. The Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, in a statement has emphasized the importance of collaboration with the public as investigations into these cases continue. The brutal murders have sparked outrage across the country, with Kenyans raising concerns about their safety. In Nairobi, residents of Eastleigh took to the streets on Thursday to demand justice for 3 murdered women.
Tunasikia hiyo pain. Next time hatujui ni nani, ni mimi ama wengine wetu. So tunatujitokeza na kuambia wengine tukue tahadhari na pia tujulikane, tunataka kujua tu anything penye walitoka.
Hatutalala na hatutachoka kama hatutapata matokeo ile itaturidhisha. Kila wiki tutafunga soko hii na tutafanya maandamano.
2 of the bodies of the murdered victims were discovered in different parts of Nairobi, while one was discovered in Machakos. 31,632 students in Trans Nzoia County are today gearing up for the rehearsal phase of the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment or KPSEA exams. The exercise is taking place at 387 examination centers. The County Commissioner, Gideon Oyagi, says 26,801 candidates are from public schools, while 4,831 are from private schools.
Kwa upande wa KPSEA tumejiandaa kikamilifu kuhakikisha kwamba wanafunzi wetu wamefanya mtihani wasiweze kutatizika kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Tumejipanga vilivyo kusafirisha mtihani kutoka kwa container kwenda kwa mashule. Kuna magari ya kutoza, tuko na ofisa wa usalama wa kutoza. Kwa ujumla tuko na wanafunzi 26,801 ambao watakalia mtihani wa KPSEA. Tuko na center moja adult learning ambayo itakuwa kule Boma Boys, na tuko na wanafunzi 53 ambao watafanya huo mtihani.
Regarding the ongoing KCSE examination, Oyagi says no cases of fraud have been reported since the exam started on Tuesday.
Tangu tuanze mtihani wa KCSE tumeona zoezi ambalo halijapata tatizo lolote. Kwa shule za umma tuko na centers 244 na shule za kibinafsi tuko na centers 23. Kwa ujumla tuko na wanafunzi 25,546 watainiwa kwa mtihani wa form 4 na 24,601 ndio wale ambao wako kwa public schools na 945 ndio wako kwa shule za kibinafsi.
About 25,546 candidates are taking the KCSE exam in 267 centers across Trans Nzoia County. Public Service CS Justin Muturi has urged Kenyans to collect their documents from Huduma centers, noting that the backlog poses challenges in accessing essential services for many Kenyans. Speaking in Thika, Muturi revealed that over 190,000 national IDs remain uncollected.
Please, Kenyans, I'm sure you need those documents for particular purposes. Go and pick them. Go and collect them. Because government exists to serve its citizens.
Muturi, who visited a Huduma center in Thika where he assessed service delivery, also announced plans to establish Huduma centers in every constituency with strong support from members of parliament. Authorities in Saudi Arabia have announced the postponement of Stephen Munyako's execution by a year to facilitate talks between them and the Kenyan mission in Riyadh. Foreign Affairs PS Coril Sigei said the period will allow both parties to settle outstanding obligations. Munyako, who was convicted of murder in Saudi Arabia, was set to be executed on the 26th of November after his family failed to settle blood money required to stop the exercise. In July, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi told the Senate that his ministry had no budget provision to settle the 150 million shillings blood money. Munyako's execution, which was to initially happen in May, was deferred after Mudavadi's office wrote to the Saudi authorities negotiating and pleading to not have him executed. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Roads are clear. So you've just said roads are clear. It was a short weekend, so people came back to work on Tuesday. So they've worked Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, again, they've decided, you know what, it's the last Friday of October. That's the last Friday of 2024, because next week is the first Friday of November, and you know November is 2025. That's it. So this is the time when people are just doing their things, you know, they need to sort out one or two things. Children are back home, receive them. Those ones who are candidates, they're doing repairs, sort them out. Those who are doing the KCSE next week and this week and into next week, just sort them out. So roads are clear. There is no traffic, not on Thika Road, not on Mombasa Road, not on Jago Road, not on Langata Road, not on Ngong Road, not on Wayaki Way, not on the bypasses. It's clear, it's smooth sailing.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is the final hour of the show today, and we thank you for keeping it locked. It's been our Health Friday conversation, which we've had it. We've looked at what we expect from government. We are going to talk about nuclear power, green energy, going clean in this country, and what then is happening on the ground. Our guest is here. Before she gets onto the conversation, have you downloaded Tala? If you have not, my friend, you are the kind of people that we don't need in this country. Wewe, toka, mambo ni matatu. Moja, toka. Pili, hii, tatu, Kenya. Kana kabisa. Download Tala, my friend, because if you don't download Tala, then there are two things that are going to happen.
Mambo ni mangapi?
Yeah, if you don't download Tala, two things will happen. Number one, you'll need cash, and number two, you'll go to a Shylock. Hivyo tu.
Kwa urahisi.
Just because you don't have
utajipeleka mwenyewe.
Utajipeleka mwenyewe kwa Shylock. Sijui chukua hii fridge yangu, sijui nipatie pesa, sijui.
Kwanza hii saa usione hivi.
Hii saa hii nzuri sana hii saa. Ukichukua hii saa, why are you doing those things? Why are you doing that to yourself? And you are a mature male or female adult of sound mind.
And a Kenyan citizen.
Kenyan citizen. Download Tala today, please, and start enjoying the benefits of it. You can borrow, you can find out your limit, you can get to learn more about your financial literacy, how to save, how to manage your debt. Then you also will be in a community of other people who have used Tala. 500 million shillings lent by Tala to people in the last 10 years. The fact that Tala is regulated and registered by the Central Bank of Kenya. The fact that Tala has certification and is licensed by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Those are big things to think about. The fact that Tala is not just in Kenya, it's in other markets. The fact that Tala says we are here to stay, we are celebrating 10 years and want to mark another 10 years, we want to help you grow. The fact that Tala is telling you, whether it's business, whether it's life, we don't ask you, ati hiyo pesa unataka kufanya nini nayo? That's a title. No. They give you the money. All those things. We just don't know Tala.
Kwanza, Christmas is around the corner. And you'll be amazed at just the number of emergencies you'll be dealing with, real emergent and or otherwise. Okay? You'll need money.
Yes. Our guest is an environment and human rights defender, Center for Justice, Governance and Environment Action. We have had conversations with her on the phone. Phyllis Omido is now in the studio. Good morning, Phyllis.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Happy to be here.
Karibu sana. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. That is what we call the hot seat of the Situation Room. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mambo iko sawa?
Mambo iko poa kabisa.
Very good. It's good to have you here. Sitting.
Yeah.
And with all due respect, Phyllis, I don't mean to do anything to your name, but I just remember Amido. When I hear you Omido.
Amido Center.
Remember those ads?
Yeah. Yes. Ukitaka cherehani.
Amido Center.
Ama ukitaka viti.
Amido Center.
Kwa bei nafuu.
Amido.
Kwa malipo nafuu.
Amido Center. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Yeah. You will tell us the first time we had a conversation with you was about something that was happening in Mombasa. In Uhuru.
Owino Uhuru.
Uhuru alikuwa akitembelea Owino. Yes.
Owino Uhuru in Mombasa. And it was about lead poisoning.
Yes.
Because of a factory that was dealing with recycled batteries and all, and what it had, devastating effect it had. I understand that matter is still in court.
Yeah, we are the Supreme Court now.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, imefika Supreme Court?
Tumefika Supreme.
Over what?
High Court, mlipewa judgment.
We won at the High Court.
Who's we though?
The community.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the appellant court?
At the appellant court we won, but they told us to go back to the High Court to discuss the issue of quantum. So how much money was the community to be compensated? So we appealed, but there was a counter appeal as well from NEMA and EPZ authority. So we have had the case at the Supreme Court. We are waiting for judgment.
Okay. It's a long journey.
It is a long journey.
Of journey.
Yeah,
they
since
grind
2000.
slowly, but at least it moves.
Yes, it moved.
Ilianza mwaka gani tena?
2009. We put the case in court in 2016. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Now you're here
so that we talk about another planned project by the government to establish Kenya's first nuclear power plant in the great county of Kilifi, in the coast of Kenya. And then there's the issues about the community, the understanding of the community, the approach by the government, and this and the other, and what your organization has been doing there on the ground. We'll talk about that shortly. But first, you've heard of Aga Khan University Hospital, right?
Yes, we have.
You have seen the specialty clinics, yeah? And you also know the main hospitals.
Yeah.
Okay. You also understand the concept of medical checkups.
Yes, we do.
Very good, City. Take it up from here.
Unajua, you may or you may not know, but in your case, I believe you know, that as teaching time saves 9, kujua na mapema. Waswahili husema majuto ni
mjukuu.
Basi hiyo. When you understand that it is in your interest to know the status of your body and your health, then you're on the right path. The Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, look, we have all these outlets. If you go to any of these outlets, we are able to afford you a very comprehensive medical checkup. Meaning you will know that those things that get people to go to hospital, those things that get people admitted, those things that get people to ICUs, those things don't happen on the day you go to the ICU. It happens long before you go there. It's there, it's resident, and it's causing you harm, but you don't know. So that you can know in advance, go and get a health check so that you understand. If there's something you need to do, you will do it. If there's some action you need to take, you will take it. And the Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, all this will cost you 9,950. You will say, I don't have it. Look for it. Because the alternative is you will be hospitalized. It will cost you much, much, much more.
Indeed. Makes sense, right?
Very true.
Yeah. Now, listen to the day's proverb and give us the interpretation of it. So for the last 3 weeks, CT has been bringing us proverbs from the Maghreb. And this week, he's been the northernest, as he calls it.
Yes.
The northernest part of Africa. Where is that, City?
This country is actually called Tunisia, but we refer to it as the Republic of Tunisia, not kingdom, not People's Democratic Republic, a Republic of Tunisia. Okay? Otherwise, in the early days, known as what? Carthage. Very famous. There's a guy called Hannibal. Did wonders. Used elephants, crossed the Alps. Gave the Romans a scare of their lives.
He was taking a fight.
Cabeza, then the Romans came back and gave them a scare of their lives and ruled them for another 800 years. That's how far scares can go. Okay. He who spends a night with chicken will crackle in the morning.
He who spends a night with chicken
Yes.
will crackle in the morning.
Yes, this is not a joke. Okay? This is not me trying to be humorous. This is just me reciting and narrating a proverb from Tunisia. So no chicken jokes here. Okay?
Phyllis, what do you think this proverb is telling us?
It says, don't hang around people who mess with your head.
Don't hang around people who mess with your head.
Yeah, otherwise you'll sound just like them.
Nice. Choose your company carefully.
Very carefully indeed. Yes.
Because you'll become that company.
Exactly.
Okay. Good one. Okay. So, we actually had a conversation here some time back. Was it last year, City?
Yes, we did.
With the head of NUPER and the Nuclear Power Energy Authority. Right?
Agency,
yes. And he took us through the journey that the government has taken. First of all, it started with the policy and the direction. Among Vision 2030 is let's look at how we can ensure that we have diverse power sources in this country. We had, what do you call the water one? Hydro.
Hydro, yeah.
We have hydro, we've got wind, we've got capacity for solar. We have the huge potential underground in Naivasha called geothermal.
Yes.
Right? We also have maybe capacity because we have a lot of these things in Kitui, coal, and we can do coal as well. We have capacity as well to go nuclear. So all these things, the drafters of Vision 2030 said, let's look at how we can diversify our power mix in the country. And one of those then was, let's go the nuclear route and see how far we can go. but we needed a lot of things to be crossed and ticked before we got there.
Yeah.
So look at law, look at policy, look at regulations, look at this and the other, establish an institution, how do you deal with this? And Nupeya doesn't just deal with nuclear power, they deal with nuclear in Kenya. Yeah. So even if we're talking about X-rays and all those other issues, how do we regulate those ones? But also when it comes to power, how do we go about it? What are the safety measures to put in place? When they were ready, they said, now we actually now can start a journey towards having a nuclear power plant in Kenya. And if all goes according to plan, by 2034?
Yeah, 2034.
By 2034, Kenya will add nuclear power into the grid.
Actually, they are saying by 2034 it should have been completed.
Yes.
So they are starting in, I think, 2027.
2027 was to start. 2034, grid, nuclear power mix. We are expanding.
Yeah.
Nuclear power, green energy. Establish the place, Kilifi. Now, there have been issues since then. Now, take us from that point on. Take it over. What has been happening? Vitu kwa ground.
So Nupeya walipewa 19 by the International Atomic Energy Agency. They were given 19 infrastructure compliance issues with which to go through before they were ready to implement nuclear. The first one is the political decision has to be made, all right? So as a Kenyan, we sought to understand first when was the political decision made and how. The only document that we have is the Presidential Task Force on Power Purchasing Agreement that recommended that Nupeya should be disbanded, okay? And that Kenya was not ready to go nuclear. But immediately after that was done, Nupeya takes off and says a political decision has been made. So the first step for us is show us how the political decision was arrived at, all right? The second thing, you've talked about the site selection, that Kilifi has been chosen. Give us feasibility studies that led to the site being chosen as Kilifi. The document we are looking at is this Nupeya's own CESA report, which says a nuclear plant cannot be put up in an ecologically sensitive or an ecologically valuable area. They have picked the most pristine area in Kilifi under a UNESCO biosphere, meaning it has the global ecological importance. We know that area, the small area, hosts Arabuko-Sokoke forest. That is the only East African coastal forest with a lot of different endangered species. It's an area that hosts migratory birds, and we have tourists that come each year just to watch the birds. It's also the only area that hosts Watamu Marine Park. I think that one of the only places you'll go to Kenya to watch dolphins. It brings in tourists just to come and watch dolphins. It hosts a mangrove plantation of 17,000 hectares, which is being used to sequence the carbon that we as Kenya produce. So this is one hell of an ecologically sensitive area. And therefore, by Nupeya's own CESA, this should not be the area. My own proverb this morning is siku njema huonekana asubuhi. You always know the outcome of an issue, but by what happens earlier on in the day. So we've had a back and forth with Nupeya from the time they started. You should have seen the first CESA report that they produced for Kenyans, which said that they were going to somehow shoot nuclear waste into space. And I was flabbergasted that both NEMA, SGS and Nupeya was presenting this to the public. So we sought to understand why, how, what capacity do we have as a country to do that, to implement that. And of course, that's where my question started with this whole journey. So it's been one blunder after the other with the Nuclear and Power Agency. And they have nothing really to support the amount of budget and the work that they are doing for Kenyans. There's no output for Kenyans. And therefore, we are against this project.
What's this area? You described so ecologically diverse and important. Where exactly in Kilifi is this proposed area?
So it's in Matsangoni ward. in Kilifi County. And it's a beautiful area.
Currently, in this particular spot where Nuper has identified that we could put up a plant there, what's there? That specific spot.
They went to a girls' school, actually, the only girls' school in the ward. And this is the area that they identified that would be very ideal.
So the proposal is to move the school?
Yes, so there's something that they are calling buffer zones. So there's areas, I think, within 5 kilometer radius, everyone has to move out. And then there's a 15-kilometer radius where there are some measures that you have to put in place if you decide to stay in that area. So it goes on and on and on and covers a very huge area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why that particular spot? From all the reports
so what they are saying is,
what does it have?
It's proximity to the ocean. It's right at the ocean, because they need huge amounts of water for cooling the nuclear power plant. And then it has a stable rock. These are the two things that they are going by. However, there is no feasibility study that they have shown us that would either cancel out other areas or make this the ideal area. So for us, just looking at a place and saying this is where we are going to put a nuclear power plant, after receiving 900 million Kenya shillings in a budget, is not acceptable. We need to see studies.
Are these same requirements for studies, some of the requirements that are also required by the Atomic Energy Agency?
So the Atomic Energy Agency have said that they only go by the reports that Kenya gives.
Okay.
And they
but it's a requirement for you to submit reports.
To submit reports.
Do you understand? They do is
but they do not question.
Okay.
You understand?
So
it's up.
Have we submitted reports that show this, that what you're saying, that there were no feasibility studies? Were there feasibility studies that were submitted to the IAEA?
No. There are reports, but there's no feasibility. We have gone through, for example, Kenya's CESA report. We have critiqued it, and these are some of the issues that we've brought out. There is nothing that guides the decision making. It's just about a few men deciding and saying, okay, it's this place. Where are the studies that you have done? Show us the studies. And Nuper have admitted that there are no studies.
There's something I want to read. You know, when you talk about the biodiversity, briefly, there is what you call endemic mammals that live within that Arabuko-Sokoke ecosystem. Okay, some of you may not have heard of what you call the golden humped elephant shrew. Okay, Sokoke bushy-tailed mongoose, the Ada duiker. These are mammals that live there. Most people have never heard of them. And they are so unique as to be protected by everything that we have. Now, bird species, there are over 270 bird species that inhabit the area.
Yeah.
Reptiles and amphibians, chameleons, monitors, frog species, dwarf toads, common squid, meaning this is not an ecosystem that you want to disturb. Why am I reading this thing? There was a big hoo-ha in Tanzania over the Serengeti when there were people who wanted to build a road there, to cut through. And people who understand these matters had done the studies, and they had presented and said, look, if you do this, this is the damage that you will cause. Roads are good. They're very good things.
Yeah.
But this is what will happen. Unfortunately, when we were building the SGR, we had similar problems with the SGR passing through the Nairobi National Park. Somehow people didn't listen very carefully to that, and somehow it did. Now, when you talk about mangroves, and you talk about what it is that mangroves do to the ecosystem of the country, not Kilifi. It is irreplaceable. It is not something that once we have destroyed, we will be able to replace tomorrow, the day after. Because it has existed for the very longest of times. It is something that is absolutely crucial. Now, if somebody was to balance the good that they feel the nuclear plant is going to, they needed to have considered all these things. And I've only read part of what exists and told us, yes, this is true, but when we put up this nuclear power station, these are the benefits that will outweigh whatever it is that you're saying with regards to conserving this ecosystem.
Okay. Do we know that they did not?
Yes.
How do we know this?
I have engaged them severally. There's nothing to show forth. You know, even if we were to engage, if we were to do studies, for example, if we are to move to an EIA, what is the cost to the taxpayer? Because you would have to show us the effect of the nuclear power plant to the Arabuko, to the dolphins. Show us practically. Like, this is the studies that we've carried out. If this amount of radiation is released into the environment, this is the effect it's going to have on the elephants, on the pangolins, on the birds, on the butterflies, on the dolphins. Tell us, this is the studies that we've put in place. These are the scientists that we've brought in, and this is what they have said. But you can't keep telling us, let's just do it, and then we'll figure it out as we move. But this is the ideal place.
Surely, Phyllis, I'm having difficulty just imagining that an entity would even go to the point of saying, we've identified this area. An entity would go to a point of actually complying internationally without doing those basics. I'm having difficulty just accepting that it's possible. Say you have not seen the information.
There's no information, Eric.
But are you saying that they really have not done an environmental impact assessment, social impact assessment?
They have done the
Are we
CESA.
saying that we have not? So what does the CESA say?
So the CESA is the social impact assessment. And as I've told you, the first CESA had a lot of issues. We critiqued it, and they quickly removed it and changed it and updated it to the things that we were saying. Okay. But it's still not where we want. We have critiqued the second one again. We have looked for experts from Germany, nuclear experts. We've gone through that report, and the issues that we are raising are real issues. There are no reports to back what was written in the CESA. You can't just come up with imaginary things. You're going to shoot nuclear into space. You're going to export nuclear to Finland. These are not solutions. Show us studies. Tell us what you're going to do with the nuclear waste. Tell us what the capacity of the country is to handle nuclear waste. This is what we are tasking NUPEA to do. And so far it's been dismal. A very simple thing like public participation. We challenged the public participation that they were claiming because, as I know, not one meeting has been held by NUPEA in the communities. The only meetings they've done, they've attended 4 of our meetings. These meetings were organized by us, the civil society, and we invited them to come and talk to the community. They were unable to articulate the answers that the community was bringing up, and therefore for me there was no public participation. And this, when they submitted now a request for an EIA, NEMA had to do a study because we were holding NEMA to task. Where is the public participation? Prove to us that it was done, and therefore NEMA had to go to Netherlands to bring a Netherlands entity to come and do an inquiry into the public participation. So we are waiting for the result from the Netherlands. For me, that in itself is quite strange as well, because it shows that our own entities do not have capacity to do these things. If at this early age we are relying on Netherlands to do a study into public participation.
It's called benchmarking, and it's national best practice, Phyllis. I mean, come on.
Public participation, benchmarking.
If you did it, if the entity that was chosen to do this study by NEMA was an entity that has been doing environmental impact studies in cement manufacturing or in road construction or in forestation, you Phyllis would be leading in saying these guys have no experience and expertise in nuclear.
So we don't have expertise in public participation?
Well, see, we have to mix. Now, they've brought in somebody who has expertise in nuclear, and then the public understands public participation. Public will participate.
All right. One of the things...
I'm just basically pushing back and saying, what's the issue if they've brought in somebody who has expertise on a certain field to come and do this thing? Is your issue that it's not a Kenyan, or is the issue that it's not a competent entity?
The issue is that it questions our capacity as a country to handle issues of nuclear. One thing that nuclear does, Eric, is that it completely disempowers us and removes the energy, the control of our energy from our hands and puts it in foreign entities. When you talk about geothermal, it's our power. If you talk about wind, if you talk about hydro, these are even wind, all this solar, they are in our control. But when you start talking about nuclear, how nuclear works is that you bring in, you buy the technology from a certain country, for example, France, USA, Russia, right? And what happens is that they then come, build the nuclear power plant, and then they supply the technology, and then they have to keep supplying us the fuel rods, all right? So if it's for 60 years, we've bought it from China, for example. For 60 years, unless China gives us those fuel rods, we are stuck. There's nothing we can do. We cannot manufacture those fuel rods ourselves. We cannot go to France. We cannot tell China, F off, we are tired of this and that.
Not?
We are completely
Can't we build
at the mercy.
in those 60 years? Is there anything that bars us from building?
There's no country that has ever. If you look at the history of nuclear, the technology is quite guarded.
Very good.
They do not train the locals.
Okay.
If they come, they will run that nuclear power plant for 60 years.
Okay.
And they will leave Kenya as it is, only with nuclear waste.
Okay.
Why are we doing this to our people? Why are we enslaving the next generation up to 60 years, which is the lifetime of the nuclear power plant, to foreign entities when we have the sun in Kilifi 24/7? We can tap it for free.
You're saying, therefore, Phyllis,
one is not one against the other. Phyllis.
Yes.
We can still tap the sun in Kilifi.
Yes.
In fact, we can put up wind farms in the ocean, in our ocean. We have put up wind farms in Loyangalani and we're expanding. And more wind farms in Kajiado. We have solar farms in Garissa. We have geothermal farms in. Do you know that all that technology is not ours?
It might not be ours.
Geothermal technology,
yes,
we don't own it. The only thing that is within us is the thing that's under, but we can't bring it.
But let me tell you, if we disagree, for example, like with the Turkana wind power plant, when we were not getting along with FinFund, what happened? They left us with our wind. Someone else took it over. They sold it, and someone is running it. That does not happen with a nuclear power plant. If it's France, it's France for 60 years.
Okay.
If it's China for 60 years. Okay. You don't tell them you have nothing, you are enslaved completely. So this is it's energy slavery basically for the next 60 years for our people. We have untapped geothermal, 7,000 megawatts of geothermal. Why are we going to use 500 billion Kenya shillings to produce 1,000 megawatts?
Well, again, I'm going to join Eric in being the devil's advocate here. There is, apart from wind power, probably solar, geothermal. When you talk about geothermal, and when you consider where, for instance, in this country, we have geothermal power, it poses certain risks. The depths to which we must drill to be able to harness it does destabilize that particular. It actually does. And it is argued that the more we drill, the more unstable the Rift Valley will become. Now, I am saying this directly because studies have shown, this is not something that ICT Muga I'm coming up with. There are very few projects that better mankind that do not have an if and a but attached to it.
Very true.
Okay? If I am hearing you to say that we have adequate sources of energy and do not therefore need nuclear, then I will be able to understand what you're saying. And then if I also hear you to be saying that whatever benefits that nuclear energy brings, the counter arguments for not having it and the harm it may cause far outweighs the benefits, then I will understand. But is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Why are we going to kill thousands of jobs in Kilifi County that depend on that ecosystem to create jobs for foreigners? Are we going to get cheaper electricity No. It is proven that nuclear is the most expensive form of energy. All right? So, weighing all the pros and cons, it does not make sense for us to go nuclear as a country at this time.
So why on earth did we go into it in the first place then? Because
why do all those countries have nuclear?
So there's a
all those countries that have nuclear, why do they go into nuclear? It's the most expensive. It's all those.
They don't have the sun like us, for instance.
Do they have water?
They do have water.
Okay. Do they have wind?
They do have wind.
Do they have coal?
They do have coal.
So why have they gone to nuclear, the most expensive thing?
Okay, the global trend right now, most countries are shying away from nuclear.
Okay.
And actually, that is one of the reasons why now Africa has become open to this nuclear.
Phyllis, that's not entirely true.
Mm-hmm.
Because we already 413 operational nuclear reactors exist in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
China, Russia, South Korea, India, they have them.
Mm-hmm.
But 58 others are still being built. So it's shying away doesn't mean they don't have them. It simply means...
Or that they're shutting them down.
No. There are those... Every time you have a nuclear reactor that has been shut down or a plant has been shut down, it's because some disaster has occurred.
Not really.
Tell me of a nuclear plant that was shut down and no disaster had occurred.
Germany. They're shutting down.
Yeah.
Because of the environmental impact and the cost and the fact that they are unable to deal with the nuclear waste.
Yeah. And
shutting it down completely?
Completely.
And then Ukraine happened. And what conversations has Germany had since Ukraine happened?
The reason why Germany considered keeping some of their nuclear power plants is because they do not have any other viable source because they were relying heavily on Russia.
Yes.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
But we as a country, we have to get to a point where we look at things that in our own context and make decisions that are based on what is best for Kenya, not what is best for Germany. The argument that nuclear equals development, that it's only nuclear that then brings development is not true.
It's a false argument.
It's a false argument because, we can argue, for example, that the old phones, the phone booths that we used to dial, they brought development. But now we have new technology. And this is what we should embrace. It doesn't make sense for me to buy you a phone booth for your birthday, you understand? It makes sense if I send you a mobile phone.
Really?
So what NUPEA is doing is asking us to invest in old archaic technology that even the West does not want anymore.
Let's move away from coal, from nuclear for a second and go to coal, okay?
Yeah.
The Western world abandoned it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Again, environmental issues.
Yes.
Some have gone back to it. You see, the discussion that I know the green world talks about is renewable energy.
Yes.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Safe green energy.
Yes.
All right? Now, the argument against nuclear plants and power producers, there's no day it's going to come to an end. Okay? It will be there. But the question that one asks, against all this, the backdrop of all these harms, what are the benefits? Because for people to have embraced it, there must have been some benefits that derive from it. What are these benefits?
The only benefit that NUPEA has argued is that it's not intermittent like the other sources of energy.
Yeah.
But you see, the only reason it is not intermittent is because of storage.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we then invest in storage for the other forms of energy?
Mm-hmm.
And it will work for us.
Mm-hmm.
We also have the kind of resources we have, Europe does not have, for example. When we talk of geothermal and the effect it has on the environment, there's new technology now.
Yes.
With very minimal harm to the environment.
Yes.
Why don't we embrace that? Why are we choosing to embrace a technology that, in fact, what they are talking about, what NUPEA is talking about, is what is called SMR, small modular reactors.
Mm-hmm.
These little things leak more than the old reactors, all right, in terms of releasing the radiation. And they do not have enough data to back them up. So basically, we are going to import something that is on the test phase, and we are going to test it in the most sensitive ecosystem in Kenya to see, collect data, then gauge at the end of a few years, is it good or not good? Then the other world can embrace it if it works for us.
So
I don't think...
So the data they don't have is on the safety of the small...
In the operational data, like this is how this thing operates. These things are models.
But
they are not...
But you have data showing that it leaks more than others.
They have done this small model reactors for testing, and they've shown that they leak more than the older generation.
That is one thing.
Yeah.
Have they also shown the mitigation measures?
There's no mitigation measures for radiation.
Mitigation measures.
Actually, there is.
There is on what you do.
There is. The
only mitigation for a nuclear power plant is to move people away.
No.
The issue is not radiation, Phyllis. You said it's leakage.
Yeah.
So there's mitigation on leakage. So are there studies that correspond with this? So we have found that these SMRs leak more. But also we have found that there's mitigation measures. And net on net, these ones are worse or these ones are better.
There's nothing like that. It doesn't exist. There's no. They have tried. The people who are selling this technology have tried to do studies. There's no solution to nuclear waste.
Okay.
There's no solution to radiation.
Phyllis.
Yeah.
Would you say that there is no existence of new technology with regards to nuclear plants? That
the new technology is the SMRs.
Yes. And the new technologies, are you saying that there is no place on this planet where they've actually been seen to work?
There is no enough data. There are test SMRs, in China, in other countries, but there's no enough data to show the viability of this type of nuclear power plants.
What you're saying is...
what we would be buying is we would be buying untested technology, and then we would be the test ground.
Actually, no. If the technology exists and other countries are testing it, it means it's being tested. You may not have the information. It doesn't mean they don't have the information. Let me rephrase my question. Are there places where they've been operationalized, whether it is for test purposes or whether it is actually for functional purposes?
For test purposes, yes.
Yes. Now, you see, this is my point. Nuclear energy has always been controversial.
It has.
And yet, countries embrace it. They also have people like we do. They have the same problems we do with biodiversity, etc., etc., etc. There's a problem in a place in Japan called Fukushima.
Yes.
Okay? There's a power plant that did a thing, and that leakage you speak of. And the noise, God Almighty.
Globally.
The noise. What was missed out in this entire discussion or was not promulgated adequately was every time a nuclear plant is put up, the safety measures that also accompany it. It's not a discussion that people have, but it exists. The number of world bodies that are involved in ensuring that they adhere to these things, strictly so. The processes of even being enabled to build it and to continue working with it. And if it is by the sea, like Fukushima, the care and attention that was taken to ensure that the harm that it would have caused, this one would have been to the ecosystem of the sea, okay?
Yeah.
That is not talked about. There are very few development projects, there are very few energy projects that have the sort of care and attention that is paid to it like nuclear plants. Very few have those details. Now, are we therefore saying that if we had nuclear plants in Kenya, the care and attention will not take... Because you are not going to build a nuclear plant here and think that Kenya Power and Lightning Company... Sorry, Lighting...
Lightning.
are the ones who are going to manage it. No. You are right when you say foreigners will come and they will have a very big say. That's how nuclear works. Because... the process of having that plant, this waste that we speak of, there are also residues that we know can be used to form bombs. We know that.
Yeah.
It's an entire industry that is very carefully guarded.
Yes.
So are we saying that if we had these plants in Kenya, that we would escape this dragnet of this careful attention and detail that is paid to this industry?
You know, when we started, I told you siku njema onekana asubuhi.
Saa zingine.
So if something is going to be messed up, you see it from the onset.
Okay,
now we are talking about our own capacity as Kenyans. Does the MCA Act have capacity to monitor environmental impact on nuclear? Does it?
If NEMA are struggling with small things like pollution of rivers and lakes.
Lead poisoning.
Yes, sorry. They're struggling with it. I keep forgetting that there are people who don't understand Kiswahili and may be listening. No. Capacity, there I will not argue with you.
So number one,
does it say we can't build the capacity?
That's exactly so the why point. Don't we do this as a country? Why don't we start building our capacity and then leave this thing to the next generation to decide whether they want to venture into nuclear if they ever need it? But what I know is that we have enough sources of renewable energy. And this greenwashing, I heard you say, Eric, I'll hold you to account for calling this thing green. It is not green. If you look at the mining that goes into uranium, you know, that whole process, how much carbon emissions come out of it. Yes. You cannot tell me that nuclear is green unless they are not using uranium.
No, it's not.
But as long as they are using uranium, it cannot be termed as green. So that is green. That is what is called is renewable.
Wind is also not green.
So it's not green.
Look at the amount of carbon emissions.
Renewability. So
renewable,
you talked about technology and about embracing new technology, right? And then you also said, why don't we look at, if we are talking about having that sustained power output coming from our solar farms, then let's take the power, store the power, so we have power throughout. That is already something that Kenyan have told us they are starting to do. Okay? And even Kenya Power in those other plants. For example, in the Seven Forks dams, one of the things that Kenyan is saying they're doing is putting up solar on top of the dam, so solar panels, and then have batteries that will save the power. Okay? Those batteries are new technology. In fact, going by your argument, we could say that we don't have sufficient data to tell us how reliable these batteries are because they're still new. Because they're still new, developing technology. These are new technologies on these new kind of batteries, the lithium-lead batteries and all. We could say, therefore, that let's not even go e-vehicles because there's still a lot that we don't understand. I mean, it's a new technology of electric mobility. Let's not venture into electric mobility because, I mean, this thing is, 15 years or less old in terms of commercialization of it. So let's wait first until... We cannot say that.
But Eric, what is the argument here? Nuclear is not a new technology. This is an old technology with no solutions that is now being dumped in Africa.
Just pause for a second, Phyllis.
This is a very old, archaic technology with no solution. So they are trying to find something that fits Africa. That's why they are coming up, something that we can afford. So
there's always improvement in the areas. There's SMR, for example, in nuclear. Even in coal plants, there are old coal plants that are using some old technology and machinery. There are new coal plants that are using some newer technology and machinery that reduces emissions, that reduces the amount of waste, that reduces all those things. That is what improvement in technology does. The thing that we are doing with drilling underground in geothermal, there'll be new technology.
There is new technology
that improves how we bore into the ground so that we reduce the impact that we have on the environment. There will always be new technology. It talks about, can we say that because that's how we are drilling into the ground and we don't know what we are doing, and maybe that's the reason why the road keeps breaking up, you know, all those conversations. That's why whenever it rains and you're going to Maina to Narok, you'll be told it's because of those drilling in geothermal, all those things. Come on.
Look, take something like a motor vehicle, right? The technology. Remember what it is we started off with, and just the amount of pollution. Then you have improvement on it, okay? Catalytic converter. Because we've understood this emission is a bit harmful, okay? This is what we're going to do to the engine. We're going to make it more efficient. Then you have a hybrid vehicle. We're going to mix this thing up so that carbon emission, blah, 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 harm to the environment, blah, 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 blah. Then now we have electric vehicle. The truth is, at every stage you come up with new technology, there'll be some harm to the environment, to the
but
somewhere.
It improves the situation.
Yes.
That's the idea behind technology.
Yes.
It's not just producing technology.
You know, this argument that I'm putting across, I'm actually supporting you.
Yes.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, as I was saying, you see, this situation that we find ourselves has not had adequate discussion. And the people who want to build this nuclear plant clearly have not taken the time and bother to have done their homework so that when they make a presentation, it is complete and one can understand where they're coming from. They seem to have thought of the idea, but the fine details that go into actually realizing it, that one is a labyrinth. But there's one huge labyrinth. This ecosystem you speak of, it's a UNESCO site.
It's a UNESCO biosphere.
Just so that people can understand. So it's not. So it's globally protected.
It's globally protected.
Hiyo tu kama watu walikuwa hawajui. In case people didn't know, let them know. But the point is this: the argument we're having here is an argument that has always been had with regards to development. Something new comes along, and there's always pushback. And the pushback usually is because we don't fully understand. Or the knowledge we have is scanty, and the knowledge that we have is negative. Because when you hear nuclear, you hear bomb. When you hear nuclear, you hear Fukushima, or you hear
Nagasaki,
Hiroshima. Yeah, that's what you hear.
Chernobyl.
Cliff inaweza kulipuka. And that is not what's going to happen. My question now, in addition to just opposing this nuclear plant and everything around it, what then do you as civil activists do to educate the public about the benefits and the harms? Because the two go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
So first we have had numerous meetings. We have invited NUPEA to speak to the communities, actually. I told you, so far we've had 4 huge meetings with attendance of about 5,000 people. And then we have had more smaller meetings in conferences where we have also invited NUPEA and NEMA to also talk to the activists, the CSOs, to build their capacity to understand where they are coming from with this nuclear issue. So it's not like we have refused to engage NUPEA. We have tried our best to engage NUPEA. But NUPEA has failed to answer a lot of the questions that we are raising. And we are really opposed to some of the decisions that are made, biggest being the area that they have chosen for a nuclear power plant. That said, the issues that we are bringing up are issues that are genuine. For example, you've talked about Kenya Power Grid, yeah? Does the Kenya Power Grid have capacity to absorb nuclear? Of course it doesn't. It means we have to change the whole grid. So this estimation of 500B, this grid cannot absorb nuclear.
What does that mean?
The type of grid that is used for nuclear power is not the one we are using for renewable. Remember, our sources of energy are...
Why?
Because this technology comes with their own grid.
So nuclear electricity is different from hydroelectricity?
The transmission is quite different. And you need to understand that nuclear is very sensitive. It's not like hydro when something happens to the grid, it just closes off and we have a blackout for a few hours and it's fixed and we go on. If there's something that goes wrong with a nuclear power plant, that's the end of us.
Meaning, I want to understand this end of us. What happened?
So with the nuclear power plant, number one, we agreed that the grid, if you can ask NUPEA to verify, the grid that exists now in Kenya cannot take nuclear. So it means we have to change the whole grid. That is a burden on the taxpayer, almost 500B more to upgrade the grid to absorb nuclear.
So even the wiring in our homes has to change?
You have to change everything. See, mungeleta NUPEA pabasi. You understand?
In our house, I have to change because it's nuclear.
So we have to change the grid, the whole grid in the country. Wacha tuongee juu ya grid. Wacha kwa nyumba yako. This is a national issue. So the grid that exists now cannot absorb nuclear power. The capacity of Kenyans actually to understand nuclear is the only source of information that Kenyans have right now is NUPEA. Do you understand? The rest of us who are critiquing and submitting reports to NUPEA and trying to update our voice is very little. We have seen countries like is this European country, Austria. They actually went to a referendum. Most countries go to a referendum to decide issues of nuclear. It's not an issue that is decided overnight because it has a cost to your pocket. Okay? So what NUPEA needs to do for us is to tabulate how much this is going to put on the taxpayer. They need to put it on the table and they need to ask Kenyans, do you want to go nuclear or not? It has to be a national issue. It cannot be a Kilifi issue because the effects of an accident in a nuclear power plant would not happen only in Kilifi. If we go by NUPEA's own CESA report, the buffer zones, they say 3 to 5 kilometers is the precautionary zone. So you have to have risk reduction measures in place. You have to prepare promptly. You always have to have like a radio alert with you. That is 3 to 5 kilometers. 25 kilometers, the urgent precautionary zone. So if we count from Matangoni, 25 kilometers covers the whole of Kilifi. So prompt, you have to, in case of a nuclear accident, there has to be evacuation, sheltering, iodine, prophylaxis, something like that. So these are things that the public should know, that if you are living 25 kilometers near the chosen site, you need to have this iodine prophylaxis. Now, if you go to the hospitals now and you have radiation poisoning, which doctor is going to know how to handle that? So this conversation should be had even with the Ministry of Health. We want to see them weighing in on this conversation. Now, there's something called the food restriction zone, which is 300 kilometers from the site. This is not my report. This is a NUPEA report.
The what zone?
It's called the Food Restriction Planning Zone. So food and water monitoring, prompt warning for farmers, restrictions of potentially contaminated food. This is 300 kilometers, and this is a CESA report that I'm going by, produced by NUPEA. Do you have this information? Do people that are 300 kilometers from the chosen site have this information? So for us, it's a no. Let's do public participation. Let's do a referendum. There's all these zones come with an implication on the Kenyans. Do the Kenyans know?
We end it there. Time is up. Thank you very much, Phyllis. Yeah, you've put your case across very well. And this is a conversation that needs to happen. What I give to you is the fact that, yes, we need to have these conversations. You need to study the reports that come out of NUPEA, out of NEMA, and all the others to make sure that the people understand and that the feedback is then taken into the future reports so that it's addressed. Phyllis Obido is an environment and human rights defender with the Center for Justice, Governance and Environment Action. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday. Have yourselves a lovely weekend. Happy holidays. It's coming up to November. Next week, Friday, is November, so we have already said happy holidays, Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Oh,
have a good one.
I'll send you a phone booth.
It's 10 a.m.
Christmas.